Looking back now, I can see all the little threads that led me down that rabbit hole, all the small, seemingly insignificant choices that built the trap around me. But when you're living it, you just see a job. And for me back then, a job at the old Beaumont Museum was a dream. I was 28, fresh out of a demanding sound engineering program, and desperate for real-world experience that didn't involve mixing bad indie bands in dimly lit basements. My specialty was acoustic analysis, a fancy way of saying I could dissect sound like a surgeon dissects a frog. I could tell you if a creak was from settling wood or a loose beam, if a hum was faulty wiring or a distant refrigerator. It was a niche, sure, but I loved it. The Beaumont gig was supposed to be a straightforward contract. Audit the museum's ambient noise levels, identify potential sources of interference for their new interactive exhibits, and recommend soundproofing solutions. Standard stuff, really. The museum itself was a relic, a grand old Victorian building perched on the edge of the city's historic district, but still pretty isolated. It closed early, always had been. Most nights it was just the skeleton crew, a couple of night watchmen, maybe a cleaning crew, and me. It was perfect for my work. The less human chatter, the purer the sonic landscape. I thrive in quiet, you see. That's where the real information hides, in the subtle vibrations, the echoes, the breathing of a building. My biggest mistake in retrospect was taking that first night shift alone. The museum director, a woman named Ms. Albright with a perpetually harried expression, had suggested I work during business hours first, get a feel for the place, but I'd insisted. To properly measure ambient noise, I'd explained, probably sounding like a pompous academic, I need absolute stillness. After hours is ideal. She'd relented, though not without a flicker of concern in her eyes I chose to ignore. She mentioned that the usual night watchman, an older fellow named Arthur, was off sick. His replacement was new, just checking doors on the ground floor. It would be just me, deep in the museum's quiet upper levels. So there I was, a Tuesday night, armed with my portable recording rig, an array of high-sensitivity microphones, and a thermos of lukewarm coffee. The museum's massive oak doors had creaked shut behind me at 6 p.m., the sound echoing through the cavernous marble foyer. The vast space instantly felt colder, more expansive without the daytime chatter. The air itself seemed to thicken, heavy with the scent of old wood and dust, and the ghosts of 100 years of hushed whispers. I found myself walking slower than usual, my footsteps unnaturally loud on the polished floors. It was an isolation that was almost palpable, a sensory vacuum I'd initially welcomed. I started on the third floor, setting up my first array of microphones in the Egyptian wing. Mummies and sarcophagi stared out from glass cases, their ancient eyes holding silent judgment. The only light came from my headlamp, casting long, dancing shadows that made the exhibit seem to twitch at the edges of my vision. I calibrated the equipment, checked the levels, and then, satisfied, settled into a folding chair to let the silent data accumulate. The silence was profound, the kind that presses in on your ears, making them strain for any sound. It was the perfect environment. That's when it happened, a single distinct thump, not loud, not violent, but utterly out of place in the profound stillness. It came from somewhere above me on the fourth floor, which was currently closed for renovations, a dusty, empty space meant only for storage and forgotten artifacts. My breath caught, held. I knew every structural sound of these old buildings from my studies. This wasn't settling wood, this wasn't a pipe, this was something different. It was the first crack in the perfect, pristine silence I had so carefully cultivated, and it was just the beginning. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a stark contrast to the profound silence that had preceded the sound. My ears, trained to dissect the most subtle sonic nuances, were now hyper-tuned, straining against the sudden, unnatural void that followed the thump. It felt like the air itself had inhaled, holding its breath. I sat frozen, my headlamp beam fixed on a particularly smug-looking sarcophagus, its painted eyes seeming to mock my sudden paralysis. "Just settling," I muttered, the words sounding hollow and unconvincing even to myself. Old building, pressure change, wind. But I knew better. The Beaumont was a fortress of stone and oak, impervious to casual breezes. And settling wood had a distinct groan, a slow sigh. This was abrupt, blunt, like something heavy but not too heavy being dropped or pushed. I checked my recording equipment. The levels were good, the microphones perfectly capturing the oppressive silence of the Egyptian wing. If the sound had been picked up, it would be there, a tiny spike in the flatline. I made a mental note to review the waveform later, but my immediate instinct was more primal. I needed to know what it was. Professional curiosity, I told myself. A noise anomaly. If it was structural, it needed to be identified. If it was something else, it needed to be ruled out before I could accurately assess the ambient noise. My job, after all, was to identify all sources of interference. This was just due diligence. But underneath the veneer of professional detachment, a tiny cold tendril of unease had begun to unfurl. The fourth floor was closed, empty, a dusty mausoleum for forgotten exhibits and maintenance supplies. No staff were meant to be up there, not even the cleaning crew whose schedule I'd carefully checked. And the replacement night watchman was, according to Ms. Albright, just checking doors on the ground floor. He wouldn't be up here. Nobody should be up here. I slowly rose from the folding chair, every muscle protesting the sudden movement. The sound of my own clothes rustling seemed deafening. I unclipped a smaller directional microphone from my rig, a highly sensitive shotgun mic designed to pinpoint sounds from a distance, and clipped it to my belt. My headlamp cast a jittery circle of light as I scanned the ceiling, then the far wall where the staff staircase was located. It was a sturdy cast-iron spiral that wound up through the guts of the building. Taking a deep breath, I started towards it. Each step was deliberate, my boots echoing unnervingly on the marble floor. The mummies in their silent vigil seemed to watch my progress. I felt a ridiculous urge to apologize for disturbing them. The staircase was cold, the air in the stairwell still and heavy. It magnified the slightest sound. My own breathing sounded like a gale-force wind. I ascended slowly, one hand on the cold iron railing, the other clenching the microphone. One flight, two flights, past the third-floor landing where the silence of the museum pressed in from the darkened exhibits. Then the door to the fourth floor. It was a heavy, varnished oak door, similar to many others in the museum, but unlike the others, this one was marked with a faded "No Entry Renovation in Progress" sign. A thick, industrial-grade padlock secured the handle. My headlamp beam danced over it. The padlock was undisturbed. The door was firmly shut. My professional brain immediately kicked in with relief. See, nothing. Maybe it was something from outside that sounded like it came from above. A branch hitting the roof. A distant thud from the street, muffled and distorted by the old building's acoustics. My mind, ever eager to find a logical explanation, started to catalog possibilities. But then I paused. If no one was supposed to be up here and the door was locked, then how could the sound have occurred within the fourth floor? Unless it had been there before the door was locked, which was absurd. The museum had been empty for hours. I pressed my ear against the cold wood of the door, holding my breath. I heard nothing, only the faint thrum of my own pulse in my eardrums. The air felt colder here, somehow dustier. I could almost taste the particulate matter of ages in my mouth. It was a stagnant kind of cold, not the brisk chill of a draft, but the pervasive chill of a long-abandoned space. Reluctantly, I pulled back. My rational mind was trying to assert control, but the creeping unease wouldn't dissipate. I was here to record silence, and that thump had shattered it. If it was an external sound, I needed to track it. If it was internal, I needed to identify its source. My duty, I reminded myself, was purely analytical. I decided to set up a dedicated microphone array on the third floor, aimed directly at the ceiling, specifically targeting the area above me, and also position one in the stairwell leading up to the fourth floor. That way, if anything else happened, I'd have directional data. This was logical. This was scientific. I retreated back to the Egyptian wing, feeling a small victory that I hadn't bolted down the stairs like a terrified child. I was a professional. I dealt with sound. I would analyze this sound. The next hour passed in tense, heightened alertness. I reconfigured my rig, adding more microphones, carefully angling them, checking their calibration. The silence, once a welcome comfort, now felt like a predatory beast waiting. Every creak of the building, every distant hum of the ventilation system, which I was supposed to be auditing, not fearing, now sent a jolt through me. I kept glancing at the ceiling, half expecting another sound, half dreading it. Nothing, absolute, profound silence once more, the kind that makes your ears ring. I settled back into my chair, forcing myself to review the initial recordings. I scrubbed through the waveform, zooming in on the moment the thump occurred. There it was, a sharp, distinct spike, clear against the baseline hum of the building. My analysis software immediately categorized it as an impulse sound, a sudden, short-duration event. The frequency spectrum showed a significant low-end component, consistent with a heavy object. The duration was brief, milliseconds, ruling out something like a long, drawn-out creak. What it didn't tell me was the source. I played it back on loop, isolating the sound, listening intently through my high-fidelity headphones. Thump clean, solid, too clean. It didn't have the resonance of wood on wood or the metallic clang of a pipe. It was duller, like something soft but heavy hitting a hard surface, or vice versa. My analytical mind, usually so precise, began to feel like a blunt instrument. I could define what the sound was, but not where or why. Another hour crept by. I was deep in the data, trying to cross-reference the thump with any structural reports I'd been given when a new sound reached me. This one was different, subtler, a faint, almost imperceptible scrape. It was so quiet, so delicate, I almost dismissed it as my imagination, a phantom sound born of my own heightened anxiety. But then it came again. SCRR rape. This time my head snapped up. The sound was undeniably from the fourth floor. It wasn't loud enough to be captured by the main array, but the directional mic I'd placed specifically for this purpose in the stairwell, and the one aimed at the ceiling above me, might have caught it. I pulled up their live feeds. On the live feed from the ceiling mic, the waveform showed a tiny perturbation, almost lost in the background noise. But on the stairwell mic's feed, it was clearer. A series of faint, irregular scratching sounds, like something being dragged or something clawing. My skin prickled. This was no settling building. This was no external anomaly. This was movement on the fourth floor. I tore off my headphones, the silence of the museum rushing back in, making the phantom sounds in my mind even louder. My heart was pounding again, a frantic drum solo. The tendril of unease had blossomed into a full-blown knot in my stomach. I tried to rationalize it. A rodent, an animal could have gotten in, but the Beaumont was meticulously sealed, its old stones and thick walls a formidable barrier. And these weren't the scuttling, skittering sounds of mice or rats. These were slow, deliberate scrapes. I hesitated. My instructions were clear: audit ambient noise, not investigate paranormal phenomena. But how could I audit ambient noise if there was an unknown source of sound operating on the floor above me? This wasn't a job for the sound engineer. This was a job for someone else. I pulled out my phone. No signal, of course. The thick stone walls of the Beaumont were notorious for killing mobile reception. I'd seen Ms. Albright struggling with calls in her office. There was an intercom system, an old, crackly one, linked to the night watchman's station on the ground floor. It was in the main foyer. I needed to report this, not as a ghost story, but as an unauthorized presence, a security breach. The walk from the Egyptian wing to the foyer felt like an odyssey. Each echo of my footsteps seemed to chase me. The grand hall with its towering ceilings and marble columns now felt less majestic and more like a cavernous maw ready to swallow me whole. The exhibits, once inert, seemed to lean in, their silent gazes following me. I reached the old brass intercom panel beside the main security desk. It was heavy, institutional. I pressed the night watch button. A faint, dusty hum came from the speaker. I pressed it again, holding it down. "Hello, night watchman." My voice sounded small, reedy in the vast space. "Nothing, just the hum." I tried a third time, my thumb aching on the cold brass. "This is the sound engineer on the third floor. I'm detecting unusual activity on the fourth floor. I need to speak to security." Still nothing. The hum faded into silence. A cold dread seeped into my bones. No signal on my phone, and now the intercom was dead. This was beyond coincidence. My isolation, which I had initially welcomed, now felt like a suffocating shroud. I stood there for a moment, listening to the echoing silence of the foyer, the scraped sound from above now playing on a loop in my memory. My professional detachment was crumbling rapidly. This wasn't a job anymore. This was unnerving. What was I supposed to do? Go back to my station, pretend I hadn't heard anything, and continue my audit while something or someone scraped around in the dark above me? My scientific mind recoiled from the illogic of it. My survival instinct screamed to get out. But I was locked in. The massive oak doors were bolted from the inside, controlled by a central security panel that was, naturally, on the ground floor, presumably near the night watchman's station. I had no key, no access. I was trapped. A shiver ran down my spine despite the relative warmth of the building. I thought of Ms. Albright's fleeting look of concern. Arthur, the usual night watchman, was off sick, and the replacement was new, just checking doors on the ground floor. Maybe he was too new to know about the intercom, or maybe it was genuinely faulty, or maybe he wasn't there at all. The scraping sound, faint but persistent, reasserted itself in my mind. It wasn't just imagination. I had it recorded, the undeniable proof. I looked around the vast, darkened foyer. The ground floor exhibits were mostly historical documents and local artifacts laid out in glass cases. A grand staircase led up to the second floor, then continued its climb to the third. My headlamp cut a path through the gloom, illuminating polished marble and ancient wood. I couldn't just sit there, I couldn't just ignore it. My job was to investigate noise, and this noise was screaming for investigation. My initial, cautious approach had to shift. I needed to be more active. I needed to find the source. Against my better judgment, against every instinct of self-preservation that was now clamoring for attention, I turned and started back towards the staff staircase. This time my steps were heavier, more resolute. Fear was a cold companion, but curiosity, a stubborn, unyielding beast, was driving me forward. I returned to the third floor, past the rows of mummies, their painted eyes still fixed on me. I retrieved my full recording rig, slinging the heavy backpack over my shoulders. I added a high-powered flashlight to my belt, alongside the directional mic. My hands, I noticed, were shaking slightly as I fastened the straps. The fourth floor, the place where silence had cracked. I ascended the staff staircase again, slower this time, my headlamp beam sweeping ahead of me. The air grew colder, the dust heavier. I could smell it now, a dry, ancient smell laced with something else. Something metallic, perhaps, or just my imagination. When I reached the locked door to the fourth floor, I hesitated. The padlock was still there, still firm. This was a conundrum. How could sounds originate from inside a locked space? My logical brain screamed for a solution. There had to be another entrance. A service elevator, perhaps a back stairwell. I pressed my ear to the door again. This time the scraping was clearer, distinct, and it was moving. It wasn't static. It sounded like something was being dragged across a rough floor, slowly, deliberately. And then another sound, a faint, almost imperceptible breath, a sigh. It was so subtle, so ephemeral that I almost missed it. It was caught somewhere between a whisper and the release of long-held air. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a rodent. This wasn't a structural anomaly. This was something alive, or something that sounded very much like it. My breath hitched, I pulled away from the door, my mind reeling. What was I doing? This was insane. I should be banging on the main doors, screaming for the night watchman trying to break out, but my feet felt glued to the spot. The curiosity, the scientific imperative to understand, was a powerful, dangerous current. I knew there was an emergency key for the fourth floor door, kept in a lockbox in Ms. Albright's office on the first floor. But that would mean going all the way down, retrieving it, and coming all the way back up. It felt like an eternity, and more pressingly, I didn't have the code for the lockbox. I looked around the stairwell. High above, nestled in the ceiling, I spotted a small, square ventilation grate. It was old, rusty, clearly not used for years, but it led into the fourth floor. It was too small for a person, but maybe I could get a camera in there, or a microphone. This was risky, this was foolish, but I had to know. I carefully removed the directional microphone from my belt, the one designed for tight spaces and pinpointing sounds. I also had a small, flexible borescope camera in my kit, usually used for inspecting ventilation shafts or tight wall cavities. It had a small LED light on its tip. Perfect. I retrieved a small, foldable stool from a nearby utility closet on the third floor landing, the kind cleaners used to reach high shelves. I dragged it over to the stairwell, positioning it precariously beneath the grate. The grate was old, rusted into place. I tried to pry it open with the end of a screwdriver from my toolkit, but it wouldn't budge. I ended up having to loosen the screws, which groaned in protest, sending echoing vibrations through the silent building. Each metallic screech felt like a gunshot. Finally, with a soft clink, the grate came loose. A puff of incredibly stale, dusty air escaped, carrying with it that faint, metallic, earthy smell. I shined my headlamp into the opening. Darkness. Absolute, impenetrable darkness. I carefully fed the borescope camera into the ventilation shaft. The small LED light on its tip cast a narrow beam, illuminating a short, dusty tunnel. I pushed it further, guiding it with the flexible cable. The feed appeared on the small monitor attached to the borescope's handle. It was grainy, filled with static, but I could see. The shaft opened into a larger, cavernous space. The fourth floor, my heart rate accelerated. What I saw wasn't comforting. It was a vast, sprawling room, filled with what looked like shrouded furniture, dusty display cases, and stacks of crates. Everything was covered in thick white tarpaulins, creating ghostly, amorphous shapes in the dim light. Dust motes danced like tiny galaxies in the borescope's beam. I slowly panned the camera around, searching for a source. The light was too weak to show much detail, but I could make out the general layout. It was a storage area as expected. Forgotten relics of the museum's past, awaiting restoration or recategorization. Then I saw it, or rather I heard it, amplified through the tiny microphone attached to the borescope. The scrape again. I guided the camera towards the sound. It seemed to be coming from behind a particularly large, humped shape draped in a tarpaulin, which looked like a massive cabinet or perhaps an old exhibit base. I carefully maneuvered the camera, the image on the monitor flickering. As the light hit the area, the scraping stopped. My breath hitched. It was like whatever was making the noise knew it was being watched. My blood ran cold. This wasn't an animal. This was intelligent. I held the camera still, my eyes glued to the monitor. The silence stretched, tense and suffocating. The dust motes continued their slow dance. The shapes beneath the tarpaulins loomed like spectral sentinels. Then a new sound, so faint, so subtle I almost missed it. It was a soft, rhythmic tap, 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 tap. It was coming from the same direction, from behind the large, shrouded object. It wasn't aggressive, it was deliberate, like someone idly tapping a finger or something. My hands were trembling so much I almost dropped the borescope. What was behind that tarpaulin? This wasn't some maintenance worker. This wasn't a rodent. This was something else entirely. Something that ceased its activity when illuminated, then started a new, more deliberate one. I took a shaky breath, trying to steady my hands, trying to steady my mind. My scientific curiosity, which had been so unwavering, was now warring with pure, unadulterated terror. I decided, with a surge of almost desperate courage, to push the camera a little closer, to try and get a better angle. As I nudged the flexible cable, the borescope scraped against the inside of the ventilation shaft. The small sound echoed disproportionately in the silent fourth floor. And then the tapping stopped. This time a long, drawn-out silence followed, not just the absence of sound, but a heavy, expectant silence, like something was listening to me. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My imagination, usually so disciplined by logic and reason, was running wild. What if it wasn't just listening? What if it was looking? I wanted to pull the camera back, to retreat, to run, but I couldn't. My eyes were fixed on the monitor, fixed on the shrouded shapes, fixed on the impenetrable darkness behind the large, draped object. Then from the absolute blackness behind the tarpaulin, a faint glimmer, a reflection, 2 pinpricks of light. They weren't bright, they were dull, like old, tarnished brass or eyes. My heart seized in my chest. I jerked the borescope back, scrambling off the stool, nearly falling in my haste. The image on the monitor spun wildly, then resolved into the dusty, dark shaft. I tore off my headlamp, my hands fumbling, suddenly feeling utterly exposed. I stood there gasping for breath in the stairwell, the borescope still clutched in my trembling hand. My mind was screaming, rationalizing, denying. It was a reflection of the borescope's own LED light, I told myself. A trick of the dust, a bit of glass, a shiny piece of forgotten artifact, it had to be. But the cold certainty that had settled in my gut told me otherwise. Those weren't reflections, they were watchful. I forced myself to breathe deep, ragged breaths that felt like they were tearing at my lungs. My entire body was vibrating with adrenaline. This wasn't part of the job description. This was a nightmare. I knew with a terrifying clarity that I couldn't just leave it. I had seen something, or thought I had. I needed proof. I needed to understand. My scientific training, despite the terror, was still clawing at me. What was it? I didn't dare use the borescope again, not immediately. The thought of those pinpricks of light, those dull, watchful eyes, was enough to freeze me. Instead, I focused on my primary tool, sound. I carefully extended one of my high-sensitivity condenser microphones, designed for extremely low-noise floors, into the ventilation shaft. I angled it downwards towards the floor of the fourth floor as far as it would reach. It was an omnidirectional mic, meaning it would pick up sound from all directions. I connected it to a small, portable digital recorder I carried for quick, isolated recordings. I turned it on, checking the levels. They were good. I pressed record. Then I retreated slowly, silently, back down the stairs to the third floor. I didn't want to be near the shaft, near the locked door, near whatever was lurking in the dark. I returned to my main setup in the Egyptian wing, a cold, empty knot in my stomach. I placed the small recorder beside my main rig, plugged in my headphones, and prepared to listen. My hands were still shaking, but a grim determination had begun to set in. I would not be driven away by fear. I would document this. I would understand it. The initial playback from the portable recorder was mostly static, the faint hiss of the ventilation shaft, the distant hum of the building. I increased the gain, isolating frequencies, trying to tease out anything unusual. It took a few minutes, then I heard it. The scraping, faint, irregular, but undeniable, and beneath it a new sound, a soft, rhythmic exhalation, a breath. And then a low, guttural murmur. It wasn't words, it wasn't even discernibly human. It was a sound of effort, a straining. My blood ran cold for the second time that night. This wasn't an animal. This was something with purpose, something large enough to make a scraping sound as it moved, and something that breathed. I listened spellbound to the terrifying symphony of the unknown. The scraping continued, sometimes pausing, then resuming. The breathing was steady, deep, sometimes punctuated by that low murmur. It seemed to be moving around, exploring, or perhaps working. What could be working on the fourth floor? What could be making those sounds? And why was it hiding? My scientific mind, desperate for a rational explanation, grasped at straws. A vagrant, someone had broken in, was living in the museum's forgotten attic. But how did they get past the locked door, and what about the padlock? My brief glimpse through the borescope had shown no sign of a human presence, no makeshift bed, no signs of habitation, just dusty, shrouded objects. And then the sound changed. The scraping stopped. The breathing continued, but it was accompanied by a new, horrifying sound, a soft, wet squelch. Squelch, 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 rhythmic, disturbing, like something fleshy, something heavy, being repeatedly pressed against a damp surface. My stomach churned. I ripped off the headphones, my mind reeling. What in God's name was making that sound? The sheer wrongness of it was overwhelming. I was no longer dealing with simple ambient noise. I was dealing with something profoundly disturbing, something that defied all logical explanation. My entire professional training, my belief in the order of the physical world, was being challenged, twisted into a grotesque parody of itself. I needed to get out. I needed to find the night watchman. I needed to find a way to open those doors. I couldn't stay here, not with that squelching sound echoing in my mind, not with the knowledge that something unseen, something unnatural was moving above me. I gathered my equipment, abandoning the careful setup, shoving microphones and cables haphazardly into my backpack. My hands were clumsy with panic. My only thought was escape. I bolted out of the Egyptian wing, down the staff staircase, not bothering with stealth anymore. My heavy boots clattered on the iron steps, each clang echoing loudly, a desperate clamor in the silent museum. I ran past the second floor, past the first, ignoring the looming shadows of ancient exhibits. My heart was pounding, a wild drumbeat of pure terror. I burst into the main foyer, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. The grand hall, which had seemed so imposing earlier, now felt like a death trap. I rushed to the security desk, practically throwing myself at the intercom panel. "Hello, night watchman, is anyone there?" I screamed into the cold brass, my voice hoarse with fear. "I need to get out, there's something in the museum." Nothing, only the faint, mocking hum of the dead intercom. I slammed my fist against the panel, my frustration warring with my terror. The main doors, those massive, medieval-looking oak beasts, loomed before me. They were secured by multiple bolts, a heavy crossbar, and an electronic lock panel that was dark, inert. Panic, cold and sharp, began to set in. I was truly trapped. I ran to the main security monitor, a bank of small, dusty screens that displayed grainy black and white feeds from various cameras around the museum. Most of them were static, filled with snow. The few that worked showed empty hallways, dark corners, the inert exhibits. One screen, labeled Main Entry, showed the inside of the foyer itself. My own frantic figure was visible, a blurry ghost illuminated by my headlamp. Another, Ground Floor Patrol, was completely black, no image, no movement. The night watchman was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't on patrol, he wasn't at his station, he wasn't answering the intercom. A new, horrifying thought burrowed its way into my mind. What if he wasn't here because he couldn't be? What if he was no longer able to be here? I turned, my eyes scanning the vast, dark expanse of the ground floor. The silence, so recently broken by my frantic escape, now pressed in again, heavier than ever. But it wasn't an empty silence, it was a listening silence. And then, very faintly, from somewhere on the ground floor, I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible scrape. My blood froze. It wasn't above me anymore, it was down here with me. The squelching sound from the fourth floor, the rhythmic, wet thudding, now echoed in my mind with terrifying clarity. It had been moving. What if it had moved down? I gripped my headlamp, my knuckles white. My eyes darted frantically into the shadows of the display cases, the darkened alcoves. Every shadow seemed to lengthen, to twist into malevolent shapes. I was no longer merely observing, I was being hunted. My instincts, raw and primal, screamed at me to find a hiding place, but where in this vast, open foyer? I saw a small, ornate door to the side near the gift shop entrance. It was likely a utility closet or perhaps an old office. Without thinking, I wrenched the handle. It was unlocked. I slipped inside, pulling the door shut behind me with a soft click. The space was tiny, cramped, filled with the stale smell of old paper and dust. I crouched in the darkness, pressing my back against the cool wood of the door, listening. My breathing was ragged, loud in my ears. I tried to slow it, to quiet it. Silence. Absolute, profound silence. The kind that heralds something truly terrifying, the kind that holds its breath, waiting. My heart pounded against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate for escape. I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my spine. Every muscle in my body was tense, ready to spring, but with nowhere to go. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My imagination conjured grotesque images of whatever was out there, moving slowly, methodically, searching for me. Then from just outside the door I heard it. A soft, wet thud followed by another, closer this time, so close I could almost feel the vibration through the floor. Squelch, thud, squelch, thud. It was moving slowly, deliberately, and it was right outside my hiding place. My breath caught in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it to go away, willing it to be a dream, a hallucination, anything but real. A low, guttural growl rumbled through the door, so close it vibrated through the very wood. It wasn't human, it wasn't animal, it was something else, something ancient, something predatory. Then the doorknob began to turn, slowly, quietly. My eyes flew open. The small brass knob rotated with a soft scrape of metal. It knew I was here, it was going to open the door. My mind raced, trying to find a weapon, anything, my toolkit, my heavy recording equipment, but they were in my backpack on the floor, out of reach. The door began to creak inwards, a sliver of darkness widening into a terrifying gap. Through the crack I saw a shape, not a silhouette, but a formless, shifting mass, darker than the surrounding gloom. And in the center of that mass, two dull, glowing pinpricks, the same eyes I had seen through the borescope. They were here, and they were looking right at me. The door continued to open, slowly, deliberately. I pressed myself further into the corner, shrinking, trying to become invisible. My heart hammered, a death knell in my chest. A low, wet sniff echoed from the darkness just beyond the door. It was smelling me. My terror was absolute, paralyzing. I could feel its presence, a suffocating aura of something utterly alien and malevolent. The gap was wide enough now for me to see more, not just a formless mass, but a suggestion of limbs, thick, jointed, moving with a ponderous, squelching sound. And then a sound I had not heard before, a clicking, like chitinous plates rubbing together. It was not human, it was not animal, it was something utterly monstrous. The door swung wider. I could see the edge of a massive, shadowy form filling the doorway, blotting out the faint, ambient light of the foyer. Its eyes, those two dull pinpricks, were fixed on me. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that my meticulously cultivated world of sound analysis, of scientific explanation, had just shattered. There was no explanation for this. I was cornered, and whatever it was, it had found me. My terror was absolute, paralyzing. I could feel its presence, a suffocating aura of something utterly alien and malevolent. The door swung wider. I pressed myself further into the corner, shrinking, trying to become invisible. my heart hammered a death knell in my chest. A low, wet sniff echoed from the darkness just beyond the door. It was smelling me. My terror was absolute, paralyzing. I could feel its presence, a suffocating aura of something utterly alien and malevolent. The gap was wide enough now for me to see more, not just a formless mass, but a suggestion of limbs, thick, jointed, moving with a ponderous, squelching sound. And then a sound I had not heard before, a clicking, like chitinous plates rubbing together. It was not human, it was not animal, it was something utterly monstrous. The door swung wider. I could see the edge of a massive, shadowy form filling the doorway, blotting out the faint, ambient light of the foyer. Its eyes, those two dull pinpricks, were fixed on me. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that my meticulously cultivated world of sound analysis, of scientific explanation, had just shattered. There was no explanation for this. I was cornered, and whatever it was, it had found me. The creature hesitated, a vast, grotesque silhouette framed in the doorway of the cramped closet. Its bulk seemed to defy the small opening, pressing in on the air, making it thick and hard to breathe. The dull gleam in its twin eyes felt less like reflections now and more like a predatory awareness, a deep, ancient malevolence. It was taller than a man, easily hunching to fit through the doorway. Its limbs, visible now in the faint ambient light filtering from the foyer, were disturbingly thick, jointed at odd angles, covered in something that looked like overlapping wet plates. The clicking sound was the friction of these plates as it shifted its weight. The squelching was from whatever it was using as feet, a broad, fleshy appendage that seemed to ooze a faint, viscous sheen onto the old wooden floor. It took a slow, deliberate step into the closet. The air was instantly colder, heavy with a damp, earthy scent mixed with something metallic and vaguely acrid like old blood and ozone. My muscles screamed at me to move, to fight, to run, but I was frozen, my back pressed against the wall, my mind a storm of pure, unadulterated terror. The pinprick eyes narrowed, if such things could narrow. I felt an intense, crushing pressure, not physical but mental, as if it was probing, assessing. It was studying me. I was prey. I didn't scream, my throat was too tight, too dry. My headlamp, still clutched in my hand, was a pathetic, useless weight. What could a beam of light do against this ancient horror? The creature raised a limb, a thick, chitinous arm ending in a broad, flattened hand-like structure with dull, claw-like protrusions. It moved with a slow, almost ponderous grace, considering its massive size. It was reaching for me. My fight-or-flight instinct finally burst through the paralysis. This was it. This was the end, but a small, desperate spark of defiance ignited within me. I wouldn't go down without a fight. With a ragged cry that was more a strangled gasp, I hurled my headlamp not at its head but at the chest area, hoping to distract it to buy a second. The lamp, a sturdy piece of equipment, hit with a dull thunk against its wet, chitinous plating. It barely seemed to register. But the momentary impact, the slight jolt, was enough. As its arm paused, I lunged. Not out of the closet, not towards the creature, but under its reaching limb, towards the only space I could perceive as an escape, the gap between its legs, a dark, squelching tunnel. It was a desperate, foolish move. I felt the moist, cold brush of its body against my shoulder as I slid past, nearly gagging on the acrid smell. I scrambled on my hands and knees, bursting out of the closet and into the relative openness of the foyer. I didn't look back, my legs, still trembling, propelled me forward. My backpack, still laden with my recording equipment, bounced heavily, throwing me off balance, but I ignored it. I needed to run. I needed to get away. Where the main doors were locked, the night watchman was gone. The museum was a maze, and I was trapped inside with a nightmare. I ran aimlessly at first, past the security desk, past the dead intercom. My eyes darted around, searching for anything, a weapon, another door, a window. The grand hall stretched out before me, vast and echoing. My footsteps, once so loud, were now swallowed by the space. I could hear the rhythmic squelch thud from behind me. It was following, slowly, deliberately, but relentlessly. I glanced over my shoulder. The creature was emerging from the closet, its massive, shadowy form filling the small doorway. The pinprick eyes, dull but piercing, were locked onto me. It didn't seem to hurry, as if it knew escape was futile. This was a game, a hunt. I made for the grand staircase, hoping to gain some height, some advantage, some temporary respite. My legs burned as I took the marble steps 2 at a time, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The polished marble was slippery under my boots. Up I went, my eyes fixed on the distant landing of the second floor. The stairs wound upwards, a dizzying spiral of escape. But as I reached the landing, the squelch thud seemed to amplify, to echo through the stairwell. I risked another look. The creature was at the base of the stairs, its form even more terrifying from this elevated perspective. It began its slow ascent, its grotesque weight pressing against the ancient marble. Each step was a deliberate, horrifying squelch thud. It was too fast, or I was too slow. I reached the second floor, gasping. This floor housed the natural history exhibits, fossil displays, taxidermied animals, dioramas of ancient life. A silent, petrified menagerie. I didn't stop. I ran deeper into the darkened wing, hoping the maze of display cases and exhibits would offer cover. The air here was different, drier, filled with the faint, dusty scent of preserved specimens and ancient earth. The taxidermied eyes of a mountain lion seemed to follow me, its fangs bared in a silent, eternal snarl. A giant dinosaur skeleton loomed, its bone mouth agape, a monument to prehistoric terror. I ducked behind a long row of glass cases containing fossilized insects, hoping the low light and the reflective surfaces would obscure me. I crouched, my chest heaving, listening. The squelch thud continued, growing closer. It was on the second floor, it was in the natural history wing. My professional training, my meticulous attention to sound was now a curse. I could hear every nuance, every horrifying detail, the wetness of its footfalls, the rhythmic clicking of its plates, and now a new sound. A low, guttural rumble, almost a purr, emanating from its bulk. It was enjoying the hunt. My mind raced, frantically trying to devise a plan. I was a sound engineer, not a survivalist. My tools were for analysis, not combat. My backpack, still on my shoulders, felt like a lead weight. But perhaps my tools could still be of use. I remembered the directional microphone, the one I'd used to try and pinpoint the thump earlier. It was still in my belt, and the borescope camera with its small LED light. Clutching these meager tools, I began to crawl, keeping low, weaving between the display cases, trying to put as much distance and as many obstacles between myself and the creature as possible. Each movement was agonizingly slow, silent, deliberate. I imagined its pinprick eyes, constantly scanning, constantly searching. I heard it pause, the squelch thud stopped. A chilling silence descended. It knew I was there, it was listening. Then a faint clink, like glass being nudged. It was moving through the exhibits, probably knocking against the cases. My heart hammered. This was it. I had to do something. My eyes fell on a fire alarm pull station, bright red against the muted green wall, half hidden behind a display of ancient birds. It was old, but it looked functional. If I could pull it, the alarm would blare. It would be loud, disorienting. It might startle the creature. It might alert anyone outside the museum. Even if Ms. Albright had said the museum was isolated, a blaring alarm would surely draw attention. It was a desperate gamble, but it was all I had. I crept towards it, my eyes scanning the darkness, trying to perceive any movement from the creature. The silence was thick, heavy, broken only by my own ragged breathing. I reached the alarm, my trembling fingers hovering over the glass cover. I took a deep, shaky breath, steeling myself. "Here goes nothing," I whispered, the words barely audible. With a sudden, violent movement, I smashed the glass cover and pulled the lever down. A deafening, ear-splitting shriek ripped through the silent museum. The alarm, old but powerful, vibrated through the very foundations of the building, echoing off the marble floors and high ceilings, shaking the display cases. It was a cacophony of pure noise, a sonic assault designed to shatter peace. My ears instantly rang, the high-pitched wail almost physically painful, but it was glorious, it was loud, it was distracting. For a moment there was no other sound, just the alarm. Then from deeper within the natural history wing I heard it, a guttural roar filled with rage and pain. The creature did not like the sound. The squelch thud resumed, but now it was faster, less deliberate, more frantic. It was charging. The clicking of its plates was rapid, agitated. The alarm was working. It had enraged it, but it had also disoriented it. I didn't wait. As the creature roared, I took off again, running in the opposite direction, deeper into the museum. My plan was simple: get to the first floor, find another exit, or at least a more secure hiding place. I ran through the natural history wing, past skeletons and stuffed animals, the alarm blaring relentlessly. The high-pitched shriek was a constant companion, masking my footsteps, blurring my thoughts. It was a relief, in a way, to have such a powerful sound dominating the space, rather than the terrifying silence. I burst out of the natural history wing and found myself at the entrance to the main art galleries on the second floor. These were less cluttered, more open, with large canvases and sculptures spaced far apart. The light from the alarm strobes, flashing red, cast grotesque, dancing shadows across the masterpieces. I didn't pause to admire the art. I ran towards the staff staircase again, my only pathway down. The alarm was a constant, mind-numbing assault, but I forced myself to focus. I reached the stairwell, descended a flight, and then paused, catching my breath, leaning against the cold iron railing. My legs ached, my lungs burned. The alarm was still blaring. I tried to listen over the din. Had it followed me down? The squelch thud was faint, distant, but still present. It was still on the second floor, still agitated. It was moving, but perhaps not directly after me. The alarm was definitely bothering it. This was my chance. I plunged down the remaining flights, my feet flying, desperate to put as much distance between myself and the creature as possible. The ground floor, that was my goal, the security desk, the possibility of another exit. I burst into the foyer again, the alarm still screaming its piercing warning. The red strobe lights cast the grand hall in a pulsating, infernal glow. The silence, which had been so oppressive, was now overwhelmed by the shriek, a desperate soundtrack to my flight. I ran to the security desk, my eyes scanning the control panel. The electronic lock for the main doors was still dark, the intercom was still dead. The security monitors were still mostly static. This was a fortress, and I was on the inside. My heart sank, there was no easy escape. But then my eyes caught something else on the panel. A small, usually unnoticed key slot next to the main door controls, labeled Emergency Override Mechanical Release. It was old, corroded, clearly unused for decades, and there was no key. Hope, fragile but insistent, sparked within me. A mechanical release, that meant it wasn't electronic. It meant it could be opened, even if the power was out, even if the system was dead, if I could just find the key. My mind raced, filtering through Ms. Albright's initial tour. She had mentioned an old set of master keys kept for emergencies in the old curator's office just off the main administrative hallway. The administrative hallway. It was on the ground floor, hidden behind a discreet, unmarked door near the gift shop, not far from the utility closet I had just fled. I had to risk it. The creature was still on the second floor, its roars muffled by the alarm but still audible. I had a window of opportunity, perhaps only a few minutes, before it calmed down or realized the alarm was a diversion. I took a deep breath, trying to push down the lingering terror. Old curator's office, I muttered, trying to remember the exact location. I ran towards the gift shop entrance, passing the small utility closet where I'd just had my terrifying encounter. I didn't even glance at it. My focus was purely on survival. The gift shop was a shadowy labyrinth of museum souvenirs, postcards, and replica artifacts. I skirted its edges, looking for the unmarked door. There, a simple brown door blending perfectly with the paneled walls. It looked unremarkable, almost part of the decor. I pushed the handle, it was unlocked. I slipped inside, pulling the door shut behind me. The alarm shriek was instantly muffled, though still loud, a pervasive thrumming in the air. The silence, by comparison, was a welcome relief, even if it was short-lived. I was in a narrow, dusty corridor, lined with filing cabinets and shelves overflowing with old documents. This was the administrative wing, rarely seen by the public. The air here was even heavier, thicker with the scent of old paper and forgotten bureaucracy. My headlamp cut a path through the gloom. Old curator's office, I repeated, scanning the doors. They were mostly unlabeled or bore faded, handwritten signs. I found it finally, a slightly larger door at the end of the corridor with a tarnished brass plaque that read simply Curator. I pushed it open. The room was dark, filled with shadows. It was a time capsule untouched for decades. A heavy oak desk sat in the center, buried under stacks of papers, ledgers, and dusty artifacts. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, crammed with leather-bound volumes. The air was colder here somehow and stiller, like the room had held its breath for a very long time. I shined my headlamp around, searching. Master keys, I whispered. Emergency master keys. I started with the desk, frantically pulling open drawers. Empty, filled with old pens, more papers, nothing. My hands shook as I worked, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. The distant, muffled alarm was a constant reminder of the ticking clock. I moved to the bookshelves, scanning the titles, hoping for a clue. History books, archaeology journals, museum catalogs, nothing obviously useful. Then my eye caught a small wooden box tucked away on a high shelf, almost hidden by a stack of ledgers. It was intricately carved with a tarnished brass latch. It looked old, significant. With a surge of renewed hope, I pulled it down. It was surprisingly heavy. My fingers fumbled with the latch. It clicked open. Inside, nestled on a velvet lining, was a single, large, ornate brass key. It was unlike any modern key, heavy and intricately cut with a large decorative bow. This had to be it, the emergency override key. I snatched it up, my heart pounding. This was my ticket out. I slammed the box shut, abandoning it and everything else. My only thought was the mechanical release, the main door's escape. I turned to leave the curator's office, key clutched tightly in my hand, but as I reached the door, I paused. The muffled shriek of the alarm, the distant, angry roars of the creature, and something else. A faint but distinct clicking sound from inside the office. My blood ran cold. I wasn't alone. I slowly turned, my headlamp beam sweeping across the room. The clicking was coming from behind the desk, from the darkest corner of the office, where a heavy velvet curtain hung, presumably covering a window. My eyes strained against the gloom. The clicking was rhythmic, deliberate, and then a faint, almost inaudible sniff. It was here in the office. It had somehow gotten in, or it had been here all along. The terror, which had momentarily receded during my desperate search for the key, surged back with renewed force. I was trapped in a small, enclosed room, face to face with the monster. I took a shaky step back, clutching the key like a lifeline. No, I breathed, my voice barely a whisper. The velvet curtain rippled slightly, then two dull pinpricks of light appeared in the darkness behind it, those eyes watching me. This time there was no hesitation, no slow, ponderous movement. With a swift, sickening tear, the curtain was ripped aside. The creature lunged. It was impossibly fast for its size. Its massive, grotesque form erupted from behind the desk, a blur of dark chitin and squelching limbs. The air instantly filled with its acrid, earthy scent. Its roar, no longer muffled by the alarm, was a deafening blast of pure, unadulterated rage. I had only a split second to react. Instinct took over. I threw myself sideways, diving towards the door, rolling across the dusty floor. The creature's massive arm swept through the space where I had been, smashing into the desk with a splintering crack. Wood shards exploded outwards. I scrambled to my feet, already through the doorway, my legs pumping. The key was still clutched in my hand. I didn't stop to close the door behind me. I didn't stop to look back. I just ran. Down the administrative corridor, the muffled alarm still screaming, the creature's furious roars now echoing directly behind me. Its squelch thud was faster, heavier, no longer a slow hunt but an enraged pursuit. I burst back into the gift shop, scattering displays of postcards as I rounded a corner. The creature was close, too close. I could hear its heavy, ragged breathing behind me, feel the vibrations of its monstrous bulk through the floor. I needed to lose it. I needed an advantage. My eyes darted around the gift shop. Souvenirs, glass cases, shelves, all obstacles but perhaps also opportunities. I spotted a tall, rickety display rack filled with various small ceramic busts of historical figures. It was precariously balanced. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I launched myself at the rack, pushing it with all my might. It swayed, groaned, and then toppled over with a crash, sending ceramic heads and wooden stands scattering across the floor. I didn't wait to see the effect. I ran, weaving through the fallen debris, hoping the creature would be slowed, if only for a second. Behind me, I heard a furious roar, followed by a series of heavy crashes and the sickening crunch of ceramic under immense weight. The creature was enraged, but also momentarily hindered. It was enough. I burst out of the gift shop and into the grand foyer, the blaring alarm and flashing red strobes welcoming me back to the heart of the nightmare. My lungs burned, my legs screamed in protest, but I forced myself forward, towards the security desk, towards the main doors, towards the promise of escape. The brass key was hot and heavy in my hand. I reached the security desk, fumbling for the key slot labeled Emergency Override. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped the key. I jammed it into the slot. It fit perfectly, a tight metallic scrape. I turned it. A grinding, groaning sound erupted from the massive oak doors, a deep mechanical groan that seemed to resonate through the entire building. The heavy bolts that secured the doors began to retract slowly, agonizingly. The thick crossbar groaned and lifted. It was working. I was almost free. But then from the gift shop entrance a shadow loomed. The creature, it had cleared the debris. Its eyes, those dull pinpricks, were fixed on me, burning with an almost palpable fury. It let out another deafening roar, a sound of pure ancient wrath. It charged. I didn't have time. The doors were opening, but too slowly. I had to buy more time. My eyes fell on my backpack still slung over my shoulder, heavy, full of metal, my recording rig. With a desperate last-ditch effort, I unslung the backpack and swung it, not at the creature, but at the main security monitor bank. The heavy bag, filled with delicate electronics and solid metal equipment, slammed into the screens with a tremendous crash. Glass shattered, circuits sparked, and the remaining live feeds dissolved into a shower of static and broken glass. It was a purely instinctive act of destruction, hoping to create a distraction, a barrier, anything. The creature hesitated, a momentary flicker in its charge, its head tilting slightly at the unexpected noise and explosion of glass. That fraction of a second was all I needed. The main doors groaned one last, final time, and then with a heavy thud they were unlocked. A sliver of pre-dawn light, faint and gray, appeared in the gap between the doors. Freedom! I wrenched the door open, ignoring the protest of the ancient wood. Cold, fresh air rushed in, a shocking, welcome contrast to the stale, acrid air of the museum. I stumbled out, almost falling, my legs giving out from under me. I was outside, on the stone steps of the Beaumont Museum. The alarm continued to shriek behind me, a mournful, desperate cry. I didn't look back, I didn't stop. I forced my aching legs to move, scrambling down the wide stone steps, away from the grand, Gothic facade that had become my prison. The pre-dawn light was still weak, barely illuminating the surrounding grounds. My mind, still reeling from the horror, struggled to process my escape. I was out, I was alive. I reached the bottom of the steps, turning to look back at the museum. The massive oak doors, still slightly ajar, looked like a gaping maw. The alarm still screamed. The red strobe light still pulsed from within. And then I saw it. Framed in the doorway, a monstrous silhouette, the creature. It had followed me to the threshold. Its dull, watchful eyes were fixed on me, even from a distance. It stood there motionless, its grotesque form outlined against the flashing red light within, as if contemplating whether to pursue me into the outside world. Its body filled the doorway. I could see the wet sheen on its chitinous plates, the ponderous bulk of its limbs. It was real, it was undeniably real. A chill that had nothing to do with the cold morning air swept over me. It hadn't come out, it had stopped at the threshold. Why? I watched, frozen in a new kind of terror, as its gaze seemed to pierce the distance, pinning me to the spot. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, it began to turn. It didn't retreat back into the museum, not fully. Instead, it positioned itself in the doorway, half in, half out, its massive bulk blocking the entrance. It was like a grotesque sentinel guarding the secrets within. And then it let out a low, guttural sound. Not a roar of rage this time, but something else. Something that resonated deep in my bones. It was a sound of ownership, of possession. This museum wasn't just old, it wasn't just isolated, it was inhabited, and whatever inhabited it didn't like intruders. My legs finally gave out, and I collapsed onto the wet grass bordering the museum grounds, shivering uncontrollably. My eyes remained fixed on the doorway, on the terrifying, unmoving figure. The alarm continued its relentless shriek, but its sound was slowly being eaten by the growing dawn. The first faint chirps of birds, oblivious to the horror, began to filter through the trees. I lay there, gasping for breath, clutching the brass key still tightly in my hand. It was proof that I hadn't imagined it, proof that something truly monstrous existed within the hallowed halls of the Beaumont Museum. And I had been inside, I had seen it, I had escaped it. But what about the night watchman? What about Ms. Albright's strange concern? What about the sounds I had recorded, the very data I was supposed to be analyzing? My professional world, once so ordered and logical, had imploded into a nightmare of the impossible. I was alive, but profoundly changed. I knew something no one else seemed to know. As the sun began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of orange and pink, the monstrous silhouette in the museum doorway remained, an unholy guardian against the encroaching light. It was waiting, watching. And the alarm, though growing fainter, still wailed its warning. But who was it warning, and what exactly was it protecting? I knew with a sickening certainty that my encounter with the Beaumont Museum was far from over. I had only just scratched the surface of its ancient, terrible secrets. The cold grass pressed against my cheek, damp with dew. My body convulsed with tremors, a frantic drumbeat of adrenaline and lingering fear. The scream of the alarm, though fading with the rising sun, still ripped at my nerves. My eyes remained fixed on the museum's doorway, on the unholy guardian silhouetted against the nascent light. It didn't move. It simply stood there, a grotesque statue watching. A car alarm somewhere in the distance joined the symphony of the awakening city, a stark contrast to the ancient horror I had just faced. My throat was raw, my lungs burned, and my muscles ached with a deep bone-wearing fatigue. I tasted blood from biting my lip, perhaps. The brass keys, still clutched in my hand, dug painfully into my palm. Slowly, agonizingly, I pushed myself up, my legs wobbling like a newborn fawn. I couldn't stay there, collapsed on the lawn, a spectacle for any early morning passerby. My mind, still a jumbled mess of fear and disbelief, screamed for action. I needed help. I needed to tell someone, but who would believe me? I stumbled away from the museum grounds, keeping my eyes fixed on that monstrous silhouette until a bend in the drive finally obscured it from view. The thought of it suddenly moving, suddenly pursuing me, was a fresh wave of terror. I broke into a shuffling run, my backpack still heavy on my shoulders, a grotesque trophy of my escape. The street was quiet, empty. Residential houses with neat lawns and sleeping windows lined the way. I searched frantically for any sign of life, any light. My phone, I remembered, was dead. No signal. I felt a surge of frustrated helplessness. Then about 2 blocks down, I saw it. A small, brightly lit convenience store, a beacon in my nightmare. I put on a burst of speed, my lungs burning, the rhythmic squelch thud of the creature's footsteps still echoing in my mind. I burst through the automatic doors of the convenience store, the cheerful chime of the bell a startling contrast to the alarm still wailing in my memory. The fluorescent lights were blindingly bright after the museum's gloom. A young man barely older than a teenager was behind the counter, staring at me with wide, bewildered eyes. I must have looked a wreck, disheveled, covered in dust, wild-eyed and panting. "Phone," I gasped, leaning against a display of sugary cereals, my legs threatening to give out again. "I need a phone, call the police or security. Something else happened at the museum." The clerk, a gangly kid with spiked purple hair, hesitated. He looked me up and down, then glanced at the clock above his head. "Sir, are you okay? What museum?" "The Beaumont." "Yes, the Beaumont," I cried, my voice raspy. There's something inside. It tried to kill me." He frowned, clearly thinking I was either drunk or high. "Look, buddy, you probably just had a bad night. The Beaumont's quiet, never had trouble there. You sure you didn't just fall over or something?" "No," I slammed my hand on the counter, the force of it making the plastic cup dispenser rattle. "It's real, I saw it. It's a monster. It killed the night watchman." His eyes widened further, this time with a hint of genuine alarm, not for me, but for the potential hassle. Whoa, calm down, man. I'm calling the cops, okay? Just stand over there, please. He reached for the phone, his fingers hovering over the keypad. I didn't argue, I just leaned against the counter, trying to compose myself to formulate a coherent story. But how do you coherently explain a chitinous, squelching horror with dull, watchful eyes? He spoke into the phone, his voice low, glancing at me repeatedly. Yeah, I got a guy here, says he just escaped the Beaumont Museum, claims there's a monster and a dead night watchman. He's pretty agitated. He listened, nodded, then hung up. They're sending someone, you just gotta wait. I nodded numbly, too exhausted to do anything else. I slumped into a nearby plastic chair, my backpack still on my shoulders, the brass key still gripped tight. The mundane normalcy of the convenience store was surreal. People were going to start their day soon, buying coffee and newspapers, completely unaware of the ancient evil lurking just blocks away. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only 15 minutes before the first police cruiser pulled up, lights flashing though no siren. Two officers emerged, looking grim. They took one look at me, then exchanged a knowing glance. You the one who called in the monster report? The older, sterner officer asked, his voice flat. Yes, I managed, pushing myself up. I'm the sound engineer. I was doing an overnight audit. Something came from the 4th floor. I saw it. It was huge. It tried to kill me. And the night watchman, the younger officer chimed in, pulling out a notepad. I don't know for sure, I admitted, my voice dropping. He wasn't answering the intercom. I think it got him. I heard strange sounds squelching, and I didn't see him at his post. The older officer sighed. Right, so you're claiming you were attacked by some kind of creature and you think it killed the night watchman. You got any proof, son? I thrust the brass key forward almost aggressively. This is the emergency override key. I had to find it to get out. The main doors were locked. I heard the alarm. I pulled it myself. That's why it's blaring. They glanced at the key, then back at me, unimpressed. The alarm is just a fire alarm, son. Probably a faulty sensor. Happens all the time in old buildings. No, it's not, I insisted, my voice rising. It was behind the desk in the curator's office. It was chasing me. I crashed a display rack in the gift shop. It broke a bunch of ceramic busts. The older officer held up a hand. All right, we'll check it out. You stay here, we'll be back. They left, getting back into their cruiser. I watched them drive towards the museum, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. They wouldn't find anything, would they? The creature had been standing in the doorway. What if it had retreated, hidden itself? What if they just thought I was crazy? I slumped back into the chair, the exhaustion finally catching up to me. The convenience store clerk, still looking unnerved, quietly resumed stocking shelves, casting me nervous glances. Hours blurred, the sun rose higher, painting the sky in full daylight. The police didn't come back quickly. Instead, more cars arrived at the museum. I could see the flashing lights in the distance. Not just police, but what looked like a crime scene unit, and then a familiar black sedan, Ms. Albright's car. My heart leaped. She would believe me. She had been worried about Arthur. She knew the museum, its quirks. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, one of the officers from earlier returned. He looked grim, but also different, less skeptical. All right, Mr. Dr. Elias Thorne, I supplied, trying to sound professional despite my disheveled state. Dr. Thorne, he continued, we found Arthur, the night watchman. My breath hitched as he. The officer nodded slowly. He's dead, found him in the main security office near the intercom panel. Looks like he put up a struggle. There's a lot of blood, and strange markings on the walls. Looks like something tore the place apart. A wave of nausea washed over me. Arthur, he was gone, my worst fears confirmed. And the creature, I whispered, my voice barely audible. The officer hesitated. He looked at his partner, who had just entered the store and was now standing by the door listening intently. We found things damaged, the gift shop display just like you said, the curator's office too, the desk is splintered, and the 4th floor the padlock on the door was ripped off, and there are impressions on the floor like something very heavy dragged through thick dust. And something else, a strange residue, but no animal, no body. Nothing that matches your description exactly. But you believe me now, I pressed, a flicker of hope. He rubbed the back of his neck. We don't know what we believe, Dr. Thorne. We've called in the state forensics team, and Ms. Albright she's distraught. She wants to speak with you. Ms. Albright, I felt a pang of guilt and a desperate need to explain. I need to tell her what I saw, I said, pushing myself up. They drove me back to the museum. The scene was buzzing with activity. Forensic vans, police cars, and a handful of worried-looking museum staff milled about. The alarm had finally been silenced, leaving an unsettling quiet in its wake. Ms. Albright was standing on the steps, looking pale and drawn, her usually impeccably neat hair slightly disheveled. Her eyes were red-rimmed. When she saw me, a complex mix of relief, anger, and something I couldn't quite decipher crossed her face. Dr. Thorne, she said, her voice thin but firm, come with me, we need to talk. She led me away from the chaos into a small, unoccupied office on the ground floor just off the main administrative hallway. It was dark, smelled of old paper and dust, and felt far too close to the nightmare I had just escaped. Arthur, he was a good man, she began, her voice cracking. He didn't deserve this. What happened, Dr. Thorne, from your perspective? I told her everything. From the initial thump and scrape on the fourth floor to the dead intercom, my exploration, the borescope, the pinprick eyes, the squelching sound, my terrified retreat, the discovery of the emergency key, the creature in the curator's office, the chase, the alarm, and finally my escape. I even showed her the brass key, which she examined with a strange, somber expression. As I spoke, her face remained impassive, but her grip on her hands, clasped tightly in her lap, tightened and relaxed rhythmically. She didn't interrupt. She just listened, her gaze fixed on something beyond me in the dusty shadows of the room. When I finished, the silence in the room was heavy, almost suffocating. So, she said finally, her voice low, you're saying a monster, a creature, killed Arthur and you saw it, you were chased by it. Yes, I confirmed, my voice hoarse. It was like nothing I've ever seen, chitinous, squelching, immense. And those eyes, I shuddered, the memory still vivid, chilling. She looked at me then, her eyes, though red, piercing and surprisingly clear. Dr. Thorne, I believe you. I stared at her, utterly stunned. After the police's skepticism, I had expected anything but immediate belief. You do. She nodded slowly. There are things about the Beaumont, stories, legends. My family has been connected to this museum for generations. We are its custodians and its guardians. My mind raced back to her initial concern, her fleeting expression, the way she had described the museum as isolated. What kind of stories? I asked, a fresh wave of unease washing over me. Stories of things that predate even the oldest exhibits, she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Things that sleep within its foundations, things that should never be disturbed, things that watch. The fourth floor, I said, a terrible realization dawning on me. That's where it was, that's where it emerged. The fourth floor is the restricted floor for a reason, Dr. Thorne, she said, her gaze hardening. It's not just for forgotten relics. It's a containment zone, a seal, to keep certain energies, certain presences from manifesting fully. Containment, I repeated, my scientific brain struggling to process this. But how, why? The Beaumont Museum wasn't built merely to house artifacts, Dr. Thorne, she explained, leaning forward, her voice taking on a hushed, urgent tone. It was built on a very specific ley line, a convergence of ancient energies. The architecture, the very placement of its exhibits, especially on the lower floors, was designed to create a sort of energetic anchor, a dampener, to keep what lies beneath from rising. What lies beneath? My heart began to pound again. An ancient entity, she said, her eyes fixed on mine, unwavering. It has no name that humans can pronounce, no form that we can easily comprehend. It's a thing of immense age and power, drawn to this specific site for reasons lost to time. For centuries, my family and a select few others have maintained the seal. We've used various rituals, maintained specific artifacts, even ensured the building itself was kept in a particular state of energetic balance. But the world changes, the old ways are forgotten, and sometimes things slip. The renovations, I whispered, remembering the contractors, the drilling, the structural instability report. She nodded grimly. Exactly, the constant vibrations from the drilling, the penetration of the foundation during the expansion of the lower vaults, it weakened the energetic dampener, it created fissures, and something stirred. So the thump, I said, putting the pieces together, was it trying to break through, to emerge? Likely, she confirmed. And the scrape, it sounds like it succeeded. It manifested in some limited form on the fourth floor. In the padlock, it was there, I saw it, it was locked. It doesn't need physical locks, Dr. Thorne, she said, shaking her head. Not if it has enough energy. It can phase through or simply exert brute force in ways that defy our understanding. The padlock on the fourth floor staff door was always more of a psychological barrier, a deterrent for the curious, not a true seal. But why was it on the ground floor? I asked, remembering the horror of the chase. And why did it stop at the doorway? It could have followed me out. It's tied to this place, she explained. Its power is greatest within these walls. It can manifest, it can move, but its true body, its core presence, is tethered to the museum. Venturing outside would weaken it significantly. It might risk being dispersed or losing its form. It prefers to remain within its domain where its power is absolute. So it's guarding the museum, I concluded, the image of the sentinel silhouette in the doorway flashing back. Precisely, she said, her voice now filled with a deep, weary resignation. And now it has a taste for being fully awake. Arthur's death, that was its full awakening. It fed on his fear, his life force. And it would have fed on yours had you not escaped. I shuddered, recalling the paralyzing terror. But what do? We resume the old ways, she said, her gaze intense. We reinforce the dampener, we put it back to sleep, and you, Dr. Thorne, are crucial to this. Me, why me? I asked, bewildered. I'm just a sound engineer. Because you have its sounds, she said, a flicker of something almost hopeful in her eyes. You captured its manifestation, the thump, the scrape, the squelch, its breathing, its guttural murmurs. These are not just noises, Dr. Thorne. These are vibrations, frequencies, manifestations of its presence. If we can understand its sonic signature, we can perhaps use it against itself to create a counterfrequency, a sonic cage, a lullaby to put it back to sleep. My mind, still reeling from the impossible, now latched onto the scientific challenge. A sonic cage, a counterfrequency. It's theoretical but plausible, based on principles of resonance and vibrational energy. The old texts speak of using sound, tone, and vibration as key components of the original seal, she said. The chanting, the bells, the specific echoes of the grand hall, they were all designed with purpose. You, with your equipment, your understanding of sound, you can unlock this. You can help us rebuild the seal. You are the only one who has intimately experienced its presence and survived and has the empirical data to prove it. I thought of my equipment still largely in my backpack, the small recorder with the horrifying sound still inside. It was all real, all documented. My scientific skepticism, which had been so absolute, was now forced to expand to accommodate the unimaginable. What about the police? I asked. The forensics team, they'll be crawling all over the museum. They'll find more evidence. She sighed. They will find what they are allowed to find. They will attribute Arthur's death to a home invasion gone wrong, perhaps a cult or a deranged individual. The larger, more inconvenient truths will be minimized, ignored. There are protocols for this. My family has maintained a certain level of influence to ensure these things remain contained. So you're saying this isn't the first time? Her eyes, shadowed with centuries of burden, met mine. Not the first time it has stirred, not the first time an accident has occurred, but it is the first time it has fully manifested thanks to these accursed renovations since the early 1900s, and it is the first time anyone has come face to face with it and lived. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I can help, I said, a grim determination setting in, but I'll need access, full access, and I'll need your knowledge, everything you know about this entity and the museum's true purpose. You will have it, she promised, her voice firm. But be warned, Dr. Thorne, this is not just a scientific endeavor. This is a battle against something ancient and malevolent. It knows you now, it will remember you. That last thought hung in the air, chilling me to the bone. It remembered me. The dull, watchful eyes in the doorway, it was waiting. Ms. Albright spent the rest of the morning navigating the police investigation, calmly deflecting questions, providing plausible explanations for the damage, and subtly guiding their conclusions. I watched her, fascinated, as she orchestrated the cover-up with a practiced ease that suggested generations of such experience. The police, initially suspicious, eventually seemed to accept her narrative of a disgruntled former employee who had managed to gain entry and cause mayhem, leading to a fatal struggle with the night watchman. The strange markings were dismissed as graffiti or the ravings of a madman. The residue was inconclusive. The impressions on the fourth floor were just uneven dust. It was almost masterful. They were looking for a human explanation, and she gave them one, subtly weaving in my agitated state and wild claims as proof of my own mental instability after a traumatic event. The true horror, the one I had witnessed, was smoothly erased from the official record. By early afternoon, the forensics team had cleared out, the police presence had dwindled, and a semblance of normalcy, albeit a fragile one, had returned to the museum. Ms. Albright called me back into her office, a different one this time, her regular executive suite on the first floor. It was far from the dusty, ancient curator's office, bright and modern, yet I now saw it through a new, terrifying lens. "All right, Dr. Thorne," she began, sitting behind her polished mahogany desk. "The immediate crisis is contained officially, but our real work begins now. You understand the gravity of what you're facing. It's not just a creature, it's an elemental force, a distortion of reality. It feeds on negative emotions, fear being its preferred sustenance. That's why it was so enraged when you pulled the alarm. So the noise, it wasn't just physical discomfort. No, it disrupts its focus, its ability to manifest fully, but more importantly, it's a defiant act. It challenges its domain. It creates an environment of chaos, not focused fear, which it despises." I nodded, absorbing the information. "So my recordings, what exactly do you need?" "Everything," she stated. "Every sound, every frequency. We need to identify its vibrational signature, its voice. And then we need to devise a countermeasure. A sonic pattern, a melody, a resonant frequency that will disrupt its manifestation and drive it back to dormancy." "Have you ever done this before?" I asked, skepticism warring with a grim determination. "Not with such precise, modern equipment," she admitted. "The original methods were cruder, more ritualistic, chants, gongs, specific architectural echoes, but the principle remains. Sound, vibration, resonance. You have the advantage of scientific precision." "I'll need to go back in," I said, a shiver running down my spine at the thought. "To the fourth floor to set up new sensors to capture more data." She eyed me carefully. "Are you sure you're ready for that, Dr. Thorne, after what you experienced?" "I have to be," I replied, my voice firm despite the lingering terror. If what you say is true, then this isn't just about me, it's about protecting everything. And I'm the only one with the expertise and the data. Good, she said, a flicker of approval in her eyes. Then we begin tonight, but not alone. I will be with you, and we will go prepared. Prepared how? With knowledge, I have access to my family's archives. Old texts, diagrams, even some rudimentary sound scripts passed down through generations. They are not in this museum, they are kept securely elsewhere. I will retrieve them, but before that, we need to review your current recordings, the raw data. I nodded, feeling a strange mix of dread and scientific excitement. This was beyond anything I had ever imagined, a dark fusion of ancient myth and cutting-edge audio engineering. That evening, I returned to the Beaumont Museum. The police cordon was gone, the exterior quiet and imposing under the setting sun. My car, which I had abandoned on the street near the convenience store, was now back in the staff parking lot, a silent testament to Ms. Albright's efficiency in managing the aftermath. Ms. Albright met me at the staff entrance. She was dressed differently now in practical dark clothing and carried a small, heavy leather satchel. Her face was set, determined. I have the archives, she said, her voice low. We'll go through them in your workspace first, then devise our plan for the 4th floor. My workspace, the Egyptian wing, the place where it all began, the thought sent another shiver down my spine. We made our way to the 3rd floor, past the silent, looming mummies. The air felt heavy, expectant. The absence of the alarm, which had been a constant companion since my escape, left a chilling void. The museum was eerily silent, a silence that felt pregnant with unseen threats. I set up my main rig, plugging in my headphones, connecting the portable recorder that held the most terrifying sounds. Ms. Albright watched, her face unreadable. Let's start with the borescope recording, I said, my voice tight, the one where I saw the eyes. I played the grainy video feed, the dusty ventilation shaft, the shrouded objects, and then the unsettling pause when the light hit. The rhythmic tap, 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 and then the faint glimmer, 2 pinpricks of light. Ms. Albright leaned in, her eyes narrowed. That's it, she whispered. That's its gaze. It can perceive light, but its primary sense is not sight as we understand it. It perceives vibrational energy, fluctuations in the ambient field. Your light was a disruption, a localized surge, but it was also an invitation to observe you. And the tapping, a manifestation of its curiosity, or perhaps a pre-manifestation of its limbs. It was testing its ability to interact with the physical world. I then played the audio from the omnidirectional mic I had extended into the shaft after the visual encounter. The scraping, the breathing, the low, guttural murmur. Ms. Albright listened intently, her eyes closed, her brow furrowed in concentration. The scraping, she murmured, is its movement. A low, resonant frequency, heavy and dragging. The breathing, that is a significant energy expenditure for it. It's drawing ambient energy from the museum itself to maintain its physical form. And the murmur, that's not speech, it's a localized sonic field, a low harmonic vibration, a sign of hunger or perhaps irritation. Then came the squelch, 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 squelch. I winced, a wave of nausea hitting me. Ms. Albright, however, remained impassive, though her face paled slightly. That's unsettling, she said, her voice barely a whisper. That's when it began to consume. That's the sound of it altering its own physical structure, becoming more fleshy, more tactile, preparing to engage with matter. Consuming what? I asked, though I already dreaded the answer. Arthur or something else it found on the 4th floor, perhaps dormant specimens or simply the very fabric of the old museum. It is an incredibly adaptable entity. The more it consumes, the more fully it can manifest, the more powerful it becomes. My stomach churned again. The full horror of Arthur's death, of his final moments, washed over me. So the plan, I said, trying to push away the gruesome images. We analyze these frequencies, we build a sonic countermeasure. She opened her satchel and pulled out several ancient, leather-bound books in a roll of aged parchment. The pages were yellowed, covered in strange symbols, intricate diagrams, and what looked like musical notations unlike anything I had ever seen. These are the texts, she explained, carefully unrolling the parchment. They describe the original seals, the tones, the specific acoustic properties needed to lull the sleeper. My ancestors were less scientists and more attuned. They understood the energetic landscape of this place intuitively, but we can apply your scientific method to their wisdom. The diagrams showed complex geometric patterns, overlaid with what looked like musical staffs, but with symbols instead of notes. There were detailed instructions about material resonance, the precise placement of resonant objects, and even the harmonic intervals of the void. This is incredible, I breathed, my scientific curiosity once again overriding my fear. It's a form of acoustic engineering, but with an entirely different foundational understanding. We spent hours poring over the texts, Ms. Albright translating the archaic language and mystical concepts into terms I could, at least theoretically, grasp. She explained the concept of resonance traps, using specific frequencies to create a localized field that would repel or contain the entity. She spoke of dissonant harmonies that could disrupt its energetic cohesion. The key, she said, pointing to a particularly complex diagram, is to find the core frequency of its presence, its natural state of being, and then to introduce a precise opposing frequency. Not just noise, Dr. Thorne, but a focused, resonant countervibration. It's like tuning a string. If you get it wrong, you could amplify it. If you get it right, you can silence it. My job, she explained, was to analyze my recordings, identify the recurring dominant frequencies of the creature's various manifestations, its movement, its breathing, its murmur, and cross-reference them with the patterns described in the ancient texts. There, she hoped, we would find the clues to its core frequency. And once we find it, I asked, my voice barely a whisper. We build the device, she said, her eyes glinting with a steely resolve. A sonic emitter, something capable of producing that specific counterfrequency at a powerful enough amplitude to penetrate its form and force it back into dormancy. And we will deploy it on the 4th floor where it first fully emerged. The thought of going back to the 4th floor, armed with only sound, was terrifying, but the intellectual challenge was immense. It was the ultimate sound engineering problem. We'll need to go to the 4th floor to refine the data, I said, to get closer recordings, to map its current movement patterns, and to prepare the space for the emitter. She nodded. I agree, we'll go tomorrow night. After all the staff have left, we need absolute quiet. And we need to be careful. It knows we're here. It knows we're planning something. A shiver of apprehension went through me. It knew, it remembered, the silent, watchful eyes. The next day was a blur of frantic preparation. Ms. Albright spent the day managing the official narrative surrounding Arthur's death and the incident. I, meanwhile, retreated into my sound analysis, going over every second of my recordings, cross-referencing them with Ms. Albright's translated texts. The complexity was staggering. The creature's sounds weren't simple, pure tones. They were incredibly rich, multi-layered waveforms, filled with subharmonics and strange overtones that defied easy categorization. It was like trying to decipher a symphony played by something from another dimension. But I found patterns. The rhythmic squelch thud had a consistent low-frequency pulse, a powerful, almost infrasonic thrum that I suspected was the source of the vibrations I had felt through the floor. The breathing had a peculiar oscillating quality, almost like a warped, slow siren. And the guttural murmur was a complex series of resonant frequencies that seemed to shift and change, almost like a shifting internal dialogue. I started experimenting with generating various counterfrequencies on my rig, listening to the subtle shifts in the waveforms, trying to find that elusive, dissonant harmony Ms. Albright had mentioned. It was tedious, exacting work, made all the more terrifying by the knowledge of what these sounds truly represented. As night fell, I felt a fresh wave of dread. Tonight we would return to the source. Tonight we would face it again. Ms. Albright arrived at the staff entrance just as the last of the museum staff departed. She was carrying a heavy-duty tactical flashlight, a small but potent emergency flare gun, and a large thermos. She looked grim but resolute. "Ready, Dr. Thorne?" she asked, her voice quiet. "As I'll ever be," I replied, hefting my backpack. I had packed my most sensitive microphones, a powerful portable speaker, and a laptop with custom software I'd been developing to generate specific sound frequencies. We made our way through the silent, darkened museum. The grand hall felt even more vast and imposing than before, its exhibits looming like silent sentinels. Each creak of the ancient building, each whisper of air currents sent a jolt of anxiety through me. "The 4th floor," Ms. Albright whispered as we reached the staff staircase. The door, previously secured by the padlock, now stood slightly ajar, the wood around the frame splintered where the creature had forced its way out. The damage had been officially attributed to the deranged former employee, but the police hadn't bothered to truly secure it. The air on the stairwell was cold, stagnant, and carried that familiar, acrid, earthy scent. My heart began to pound a frantic rhythm. "It knows we're here," Ms. Albright murmured, her hand on my arm, her touch surprisingly steady. "We need to be silent and quick." We ascended the stairs, each step a conscious effort to minimize noise. My headlamp cut a narrow beam through the oppressive darkness. When we reached the 4th floor landing, the door swung inward silently, revealing the inky blackness beyond. I could hear it immediately, faint but undeniable, the soft, wet squelch and the low, rhythmic thud. It was moving inside. Ms. Albright held up a hand, stopping me. She pulled out a small, metallic device from her satchel. It looked like an antique compass, but instead of a needle, it had a small, shimmering crystal at its center. "This is a proximity sensor," she explained, her voice hushed. "It reacts to energetic fluctuations. The closer we are to the entity, the brighter the crystal will glow." She held it forward. The crystal, initially dull, began to emit a faint, ethereal blue glow. It pulsed faintly, responding to the unseen presence. "It's here," she whispered, "deeper in the storage area, not close to the entrance." "Good," I breathed, relief washing over me. "That gives us some time." We entered the 4th floor. The vast storage area stretched before us, a labyrinth of shrouded forms and towering stacks of crates. The air was. Even with the faint glow of Ms. Albright's crystal, the darkness was profound, an oppressive blanket that seemed to absorb all light and sound. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of dust, decay, and that acrid, earthy musk that now haunted my nightmares. My headlamp struggled to penetrate the gloom, creating only a small tunnel of visibility in the vast, unseen space. "Stick close," Ms. Albright whispered, her voice barely audible above my own ragged breathing. Her hand found my arm again, a grounding pressure amidst the growing fear. The crystal in her hand pulsed a little brighter, a silent warning of the entity's continued presence. The squelch thud, though still distant, was growing clearer, more distinct. It wasn't just a sound, it was a vibration that resonated through the floor, a low, unnerving hum that seemed to bypass my ears and go straight to my bones. It felt heavy, deliberate, as if the creature was patrolling its newly reclaimed territory. "I need to get closer to record its movement patterns, its ambient sonic field," I whispered back, my throat tight. "The clearer the signal, the more accurate our counter-frequency can be." Ms. Albright nodded, her gaze sweeping the unseen space. "Carefully, we don't want to alert it to our precise location. It perceives through vibration and energy fluctuations. Keep your movements fluid, minimal, and your equipment keep it quiet." I had packed my most sensitive omnidirectional microphones, designed to pick up even the faintest sounds with incredible clarity. I also had a parabolic dish mic, meant for pinpointing distant sound sources. My plan was to set up a grid of the Omni mics to triangulate its movement, then use the parabolic mic to get a focused, high-resolution recording of its specific sounds. We began to move deeper into the fourth floor, a slow, deliberate crawl through the towering shelves and shrouded exhibits. Each step I took felt amplified, every rustle of my clothes like a gunshot in the suffocating silence. The blue glow of the crystal in Ms. Albright's hand intensified slightly with every few feet we advanced, a constant, chilling reminder of the proximity of something truly ancient and malevolent. The objects around us were mere suggestions in the darkness, vast, covered shapes that hinted at immense statues, sarcophagi, and crates of indeterminate contents. This floor wasn't organized like the lower levels. It was a jumble, a place where forgotten history was simply stored, left to molder. We moved between two colossal shrouded forms, feeling our way along the dusty tarps. The air grew colder here, a damp chill that permeated my jacket. The earthy, acrid scent intensified, almost cloying now, making my stomach churn. "It's close," Ms. Albright whispered, her breath ghosting my ear. The crystal in her hand was glowing with a steady, medium blue light. The squelch thud was now unmistakably near, coming from somewhere ahead and to our left. It was a slow, dragging cadence, incredibly heavy, making the very floor tremble. I could almost picture the immense weight of the creature, its chitinous plates dragging across the ancient wood. "Now," I breathed, pulling out my smallest omnidirectional mic. It was a tiny, almost invisible device, but incredibly powerful. I carefully mounted it on a miniature tripod and placed it behind a large wooden crate angled to capture sound from the direction of the creature. I repeated the process with two more mics, setting up a triangular array. As I finished placing the last mic, Ms. Albright gripped my arm tighter. "Dr. Thorne, the light." I looked down. The crystal in her hand was now pulsing with a brighter, more vibrant blue, almost electric. And with each pulse, the squelch thud seemed to pause, then resume, almost as if reacting to the energy of the crystal. "It's aware of us," I whispered, a fresh wave of terror washing over me. "It senses the energy." "It's drawn to it," she corrected, her voice strained. "The crystal is a beacon, it's perceiving the disruption." Suddenly, the squelch thud stopped. The vibrations through the floor ceased. The vast, cavernous space plunged into an absolute, suffocating silence. Even my own breathing seemed too loud. The crystal in Ms. Albright's hand pulsed erratically, its blue light flickering like a dying ember. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the sudden, unnatural stillness. It was watching us. I could feel its unseen gaze, those dull pinprick eyes sweeping over our location. "Stay still," Ms. Albright murmured, her voice tight with tension. "Don't move, don't make a sound." We froze, two statues in the terrifying darkness. The acrid scent was overpowering now, filling my lungs with its alien stench. I could hear the faint, high-pitched whine of my recorder, still running, still capturing every terrifying nuance of this silence. Then from the darkness directly ahead, a new sound emerged. A soft, wet sniff, closer than before, much closer. It was testing the air, confirming our presence. The crystal flared, a blinding burst of electric blue, then dimmed again. The sniff was followed by a low, guttural rumble, a vibration that resonated deep in my chest, more felt than heard. It was the creature's murmur, the sound Ms. Albright had identified as a sign of hunger or irritation. "It's coming," I breathed, fear paralyzing me. Ms. Albright's grip on my arm tightened to a painful squeeze. "Move back, slowly, we need to create distance, do not provoke it." We began to retreat, one agonizing step at a time, moving backwards through the narrow gap between the shrouded exhibits. My eyes were fixed on the blackness ahead, straining to perceive any movement, any change in the oppressive shadows. The guttural rumble continued, a low, throbbing sound that seemed to surround us. Then the rhythmic clicking of its plates returned, faster and more agitated than before. It was a mechanical, skeletal sound that suggested immense power and ancient alien biology. Suddenly, a massive, shadowy form detached itself from the surrounding darkness. It was enormous, grotesque, a hulking silhouette against the faint ambient light filtering in from some distant high window. Its chitinous plates glinted with a wet sheen, reflecting nothing, absorbing all light. The dull pinpricks of its eyes were fixed on us, burning with a predatory intensity. It was here, right in front of us. My breath caught in my throat. I felt a primal, gut-wrenching terror, the same paralyzing fear that had gripped me in the curator's office. This was worse. No alarm to distract it, no clear path to escape, just us and it in its domain. Ms. Albright gasped, a small, choked sound. The crystal in her hand pulsed a frantic, blinding blue, almost painful to look at. The creature's murmur intensified, growing louder, deeper, filling the space with its alien vibration. Its huge head tilted, those dull eyes seeming to bore into my very soul. It was assessing us, understanding our presence. Then, with a sickening squelch and a heavy thud, it took a step forward. The floor trembled under its weight. "Run!" Ms. Albright screamed, her voice cutting through the silence, shattering my paralysis. She shoved me forward, pushing me away from the creature. I didn't hesitate. I turned and ran, blindly scrambling through the labyrinth of covered exhibits, my headlamp beam bouncing wildly, creating grotesque, dancing shadows. Ms. Albright was right behind me, her rapid footsteps echoing my own. The creature's roars, no longer muffled, ripped through the air, deafening and full of ancient rage. Its squelch thud resumed, but now it was a furious, rapid pursuit, closer than anything I had experienced before. The sheer speed of the entity, despite its size, was horrifying. I bumped into a covered statue, sending a cascade of dust and fabric rustling to the floor. The creature roared again, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury. "This way," Ms. Albright yelled, pulling me sharply to the right. She seemed to know the layout of this terrifying floor better than I did, instinctively navigating the treacherous terrain. We burst into a slightly more open area, a wide aisle between towering stacks of wooden crates. My lungs burned, my legs screamed in protest, but I pushed myself harder, the primal instinct for survival overriding all pain. Behind us, the creature smashed through something, a splintering crack followed by a shower of debris. It was gaining. "The service elevator," Ms. Albright shouted, pointing towards a grimy, industrial-looking door at the far end of the aisle. "It's old, but it still works. If we can reach it, it's our only way down." The service elevator was far, too far. The creature's heavy breathing, wet and ragged, was right behind us. I could almost feel its presence, the heat radiating from its immense body, the acrid stench overpowering my senses. My backpack, heavy with equipment, was a cumbersome burden. I knew I had to lose it, but the recordings, they were our only hope. Then a thought sparked in my panicked mind. The portable speaker, the frequencies. "Ms. Albright," I yelled, skidding to a halt. "The speaker, the disruptive frequencies, can we use them now?" She turned, her face streaked with dust, eyes wide with fear, but also a flash of desperate understanding. "It might buy us time, but we need a clear shot. It has to be focused." The creature was almost upon us, a monstrous shadow looming in the dim light, its dull eyes burning. I could see the wet sheen on its chitinous plates, the intricate, terrible details of its alien form. I unslung my backpack with a desperate surge of adrenaline. My hands fumbled for the portable speaker, a compact but powerful device. I connected it to my laptop, which was still in the backpack, running my custom sound software. "What frequency?" I gasped, fumbling with the keyboard, my fingers trembling. "The low, resonant thrum of its movement," she shouted, pointing to the approaching creature. "Its base vibrational frequency, the inverse." My mind raced, recalling the analysis from the ancient texts, cross-referencing it with the raw data. I had identified a specific counter-frequency for its primary mode of movement, a resonant tone designed to disrupt its physical cohesion. I found the file. Here goes nothing. I hit play. A high-pitched, piercing whine, almost infrasonic, erupted from the speaker. It was a single, pure tone, incredibly focused, designed to directly oppose the creature's fundamental vibrational signature. The effect was instantaneous and dramatic. The creature, which had been in mid-stride, froze. Its huge body stiffened, a statue of grotesque horror. The dull pinpricks of its eyes widened, and it let out a shriek that was not a roar of rage, but of pure, agonizing pain. It was a sound that tore at the very fabric of my being, vibrating through my bones. Its chitinous plates, which had been so solid, seemed to ripple and distort like water under immense pressure. The wet sheen on its body pulsed, almost glowing with an internal, sickening light. It thrashed, its massive limbs flailing wildly, smashing into the crates around it with devastating force. Wood splintered, metal shrieked, and ancient artifacts crashed to the floor. The focused frequency was working. It was causing it immense discomfort, disrupting its ability to maintain its physical form. "Keep it up," Ms. Albright screamed over the din, grabbing my arm and pulling me forward. Now the elevator. I clutched the laptop and speaker, pointing the speaker directly at the creature, maintaining the sonic assault. The creature continued to writhe and shriek, its roars now laced with an almost pathetic wail. It was a horrific sight, a monstrous entity reduced to agonizing helplessness by a single, perfectly tuned sound. We ran, not looking back, towards the service elevator. The high-pitched whine from the speaker was deafening, amplified by the enclosed space. It was a chaotic, disorienting soundscape, but it was glorious. It was our shield. We reached the grimy elevator door. Ms. Albright frantically fumbled for the old-fashioned call button. It clicked, and with a groan, the ancient machinery shuddered to life. A faint light flickered above the door, indicating its descent. The creature's shrieks were now interspersed with frustrated, guttural growls. It was trying to overcome the sonic disruption to regain its form. I could hear its squelch thud resuming, slower and more ponderous, but determined. It was fighting through the pain. "It's recovering," I yelled, my voice hoarse. "It's adapting." "It can't adapt indefinitely," Ms. Albright shouted back, her eyes fixed on the elevator indicator light. "Its physical manifestation requires immense energy. This frequency is draining it." The elevator doors finally opened with a metallic screech, revealing a small, rusty cage. We scrambled inside, Ms. Albright quickly hitting the ground floor button. The doors groaned shut, separating us from the flailing, shrieking horror. The high-pitched whine of the speaker, still aimed at the creature, was muffled, but its vibrations still hummed through the metal cage. As the elevator began its slow, grinding descent, I could hear the creature's frustrated roars from the fourth floor, growing fainter, but still filled with palpable rage. It had been driven back, but not defeated. We collapsed in the elevator, breathing heavily, our bodies shaking from adrenaline and exhaustion. The small cage felt like a sanctuary, a temporary reprieve from the nightmare above. "It worked," I gasped, looking at Ms. Albright, my face probably covered in dust and sweat. She nodded, wiping a tear from her eye. "It worked, Dr. Thorne. You bought us time, and you proved the theories of my ancestors. The sonic counter-frequency, it's viable." The elevator reached the ground floor with a jarring thump, its doors sliding open to reveal the familiar, dimly lit administrative hallway. We were back on safe ground, at least temporarily. "We need to refine the emitter," Ms. Albright said, her voice regaining its usual firmness, though still tinged with exhaustion. "That portable speaker is not enough. We need something powerful, capable of sustained output, something that can truly force it into dormancy and reinforce the seal. And we need to get back there to deploy it," I added, the thought of returning to the fourth floor already making my stomach clench. "Yes," she confirmed, her gaze hardening. "And we will. But first, we analyze the data from this trip. Every sound, every vibration. This close-range encounter will give us invaluable information." We retreated to my workspace in the Egyptian wing, our bodies aching, our minds reeling. I carefully disconnected my omnidirectional mics, praying they had survived the creature's rampage. My laptop showed that they were still recording. The raw audio data of the creature's full manifestation, its pain, its rage, was now stored safely on my hard drive. Ms. Albright watched as I began to upload the new recordings, her face a mask of grim determination. "The next step is to build the permanent emitter, something that can hold it in place, push it back." And the ancient texts hinted other elements, physical artifacts that can focus and amplify the sonic energies. We need to find those, too. "Artifacts?" I asked, looking up from my screen. "You mean like the actual objects mentioned in the texts?" "Yes," she confirmed. "My family has always believed they were still somewhere in the museum, perhaps on the fourth floor in the deepest vaults. Objects that were part of the original seal, imbued with specific properties. They are not merely decorative, they are resonant components of the energetic dampener." The thought of returning to the fourth floor, not just to deploy an emitter, but to search for ancient artifacts while the creature was still active, sent a fresh wave of dread through me. It felt like an impossible task. "This is going to be incredibly dangerous," I murmured, staring at the swirling waveforms on my screen. "It is," she agreed, her voice flat. "But what other choice do we have, Dr. Thorne? Let this thing roam free, let it consume this museum, and then perhaps beyond." Her words brought a stark clarity to the situation. There was no going back to my old life. I was entangled in something far greater, far darker than I could have ever imagined. My scientific curiosity had led me down a rabbit hole into a world of impossible horrors, and now I was the only one who could truly fight back with the tools I possessed. For the next few days, the museum became our bunker, our laboratory. Ms. Albright fabricated a plausible story for the damage on the fourth floor, attributing it to ongoing structural issues and unexpected decay. She kept the area cordoned off, claiming it was unsafe for public or staff access, a temporary measure until repairs could be made. This bought us time and kept others away from the creature's current lair. We worked tirelessly. I immersed myself in the new audio data, analyzing the creature's shrieks, its flailing, its guttural growls. The close-range recordings were horrifyingly clear, providing a wealth of information about its internal structure and energetic fluctuations. I identified a much more complex core frequency, not just a single tone, but a modulated harmonic sequence that seemed to resonate with its very essence. Ms. Albright, meanwhile, delved deeper into her family archives, searching for clues about the resonant artifacts. She found diagrams of strangely shaped metal objects, crystalline structures, and carved wooden pieces, all described as nodes of containment or harmonic foci. These aren't just decorative, she explained one evening, pointing to a sketch of a peculiar bell-shaped object. They're designed to act like tuning forks, resonating with specific frequencies to either amplify or dampen the entity's presence. My engineering brain struggled to fully grasp the mystical concepts, but I understood the principle of resonance. If these objects could indeed be tuned to the correct frequencies, they could be incredibly powerful. Where would these objects be? I asked. Are they still on the fourth floor? The text suggests they were placed in very specific locations within the primary containment zone, deep within the fourth floor's old vaults, she replied, tracing a finger over an ancient map of the museum's upper levels. Some would have been integrated into the very structure, others placed as mobile foci, but they would be hidden, camouflaged, designed to look like mundane storage to the uninitiated. The thought of searching for these items amidst the chaotic jumble of the fourth floor, with the creature still present, was daunting. We'll need to go back in, I stated, the grim reality settling in. Multiple times, perhaps, to find these artifacts and to deploy the emitter. Yes, she agreed, her gaze unwavering. But this time we will be even more prepared. I found a way to create a temporary, localized energy dampener. Not enough to put it to sleep, but enough to disorient it further, to make it more sluggish, less able to perceive us clearly. It's a crude application of some of the older methods, but it might just buy us the time we need. She pulled out a small, metallic cylinder intricately etched with symbols. It looked like a cross between a ceremonial object and a steampunk device. This contains a specific blend of ancient herbs and minerals designed to create a localized field of energetic noise. It will mask our presence, disorient the entity, and hopefully amplify the effects of your sonic countermeasure. The night came when we decided we were ready for our next foray into the fourth floor. I had designed a more robust sonic emitter, a small but powerful device capable of generating the complex modulated harmonic sequence I had identified as the core counterfrequency. It was compact enough to carry, but packed a punch. We met at the staff entrance, our faces grim but resolute. Ms. Albright carried her cylinder, a larger version of her proximity sensor now showing a dull, generalized shimmer indicating the entity's pervasive presence, and a modified flare gun not for light but for a different kind of projectile. I carried my emitter, my laptop, and a specialized borescope with a more powerful light and extended reach, in case we needed to peer into tight spaces. Tonight, we retrieve the artifacts, Ms. Albright said, her voice steady, and we scout the optimal location for the permanent emitter. The air in the museum was heavy, thick with foreboding. The silence was absolute, a chilling void that seemed to press in on us from all sides. Each step we took echoed ominously in the vast, empty halls. When we reached the fourth floor landing, the air grew noticeably colder, heavier. The acrid scent was potent, almost suffocating. The door, still splintered, stood ajar, a gaping maw into the darkness. "It's here," I whispered, my voice trembling. The bigger proximity sensor in Ms. Albright's hand glowed with a sickly green light pulsing faintly. Ms. Albright held up her hand, stopping me. She opened the metallic cylinder and released a fine, almost invisible mist into the air. It had a strange, earthy, almost spicy aroma, quickly overpowering the creature's acrid scent. The green glow of the proximity sensor dimmed slightly, turning a fainter, almost hopeful hue. "The energy dampener," she explained, her voice hushed. "It should create a temporary veil, not impenetrable, but enough to make us less visible to it." We entered the fourth floor. The chaotic sprawl of shrouded exhibits, crates, and forgotten relics loomed in the darkness. The air was still cold, but the oppressive weight of the entity's presence felt slightly diminished, softened by the energetic mist. The squelch thud was faint, distant, a slow, almost lazy cadence from deeper within the floor. "It's sluggish," Ms. Albright murmured, a hint of grim satisfaction in her voice. "The dampener is working." Our mission was to find the artifacts described in the ancient texts. Ms. Albright had memorized the diagrams and locations. Our first target was a harmonic bell, a specific metal object said to resonate with the museum's core ley line, intended to amplify benevolent energies and repel discordant ones. The text indicated it was hidden within a stack of crates in the northwest quadrant of the floor. We moved stealthily, navigating the treacherous terrain of stacked boxes and covered shapes. The dampener mist seemed to cling to the air, making the light from our headlamps shimmer. The distant squelch thud continued, a constant, chilling backdrop to our desperate search. Ms. Albright directed me, her knowledge of the ancient layout proving invaluable. We were looking for specific markings on the crates, symbols that would correspond to the diagrams in her family's texts. After what felt like an eternity, we found it. A stack of seemingly ordinary wooden crates pushed into a dark corner, one of them bearing a faint, almost invisible carving of a spiral symbol. "This is it," Ms. Albright whispered, her voice filled with a quiet intensity. "The first node." We carefully pried open the top crate. Inside, nestled among old packing straw and desiccated preservative pouches, was the harmonic bell. It was larger than I expected, made of a dark, polished metal, intricately engraved with swirling patterns. It looked ancient, undeniably powerful, even without understanding its true purpose. "The text described this as a resonant amplifier," Ms. Albright explained, carefully lifting it. It was surprisingly heavy. "When activated by the correct frequency, it will amplify and focus the sonic energy. So if we feed my counter frequency into it, it could create a much more powerful, focused field," she finished, her eyes gleaming. "This is crucial." As she carefully wrapped the bell in protective cloth, I suddenly heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible clink from just beyond the stack of crates. My blood ran cold. The dampener had made the creature sluggish, but not blind. It was still out there, and it was closer than the squelch thud had indicated. Ms. Albright stiffened, her hand reaching for her modified flare gun. The proximity sensor in her hand flared a brighter, sickening green. The clink was followed by a wet sniff, closer now. It had detected us, despite the dampener. The energetic mist could mask our presence, but it couldn't completely erase the subtle vibrations of our movements or the energetic disturbance of retrieving an ancient artifact. "It's aware," I whispered, my hand gripping my sonic emitter. Then a deep, guttural growl rumbled through the space, no longer distant, but right on top of us. The ground beneath our feet vibrated. The creature was here. Ms. Albright, with surprising speed, hurled the metallic cylinder, the source of the dampening mist, towards the direction of the growl. It hit something unseen with a soft thud, and a renewed cloud of the spicy mist exploded outwards, momentarily saturating the area. The growl turned into a confused snort, followed by a moment of bewildered silence. The dampener was working, disorienting it. "Go get back to the elevator," Ms. Albright commanded, pushing me forward. "I'll create a diversion." Before I could protest, she aimed her flare gun at the ceiling, above the immediate area of the creature's last known location. With a sharp crack, she fired. Not a flare of light, but a small, shimmering sphere shot upwards, hitting the ceiling with a soft impact. It pulsed with a contained, intense blue light, not bright enough to illuminate the entire space, but emitting a powerful, localized burst of pure sonic energy, a raw, unfocused version of my own counter frequency, amplified and distorted. The effect was devastating. A deafening shriek ripped through the air, the sound of pure, unadulterated agony. The creature roared, a chaotic, thrashing sound that sent tremors through the entire floor. Crates exploded, covered forms toppled, and a cascade of ancient debris rained down. The limited light from my headlamp reflected off the shimmering sphere as the entity thrashed wildly in the sonic chaos. "It's a sonic disorienter," Ms. Albright yelled, grabbing my arm. "It won't put it to sleep, but it will blind it, deafen it, make it incoherent. Now move." We ran not towards the service elevator this time, but towards a different section of the floor, a dimly lit corridor that Ms. Albright knew led to a disused maintenance shaft. The harmonic bell was tucked securely under Ms. Albright's arm, its presence a strange comfort. The creature's shrieks and thrashing continued behind us, the sonic disorienter keeping it in a state of tormented chaos. We heard the sickening crunch of its bulk smashing through something immense, followed by a cascade of broken glass. It was raging but blind and incoherent. We reached the maintenance shaft, a narrow opening concealed behind a rusted metal door. Ms. Albright fumbled with a hidden latch, her hands expertly navigating the ancient mechanism. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, vertical tunnel permeated by a faint, metallic scent. "This shaft leads directly to the subbasement," Ms. Albright explained, her voice breathless. "It's a long climb down, but it's safe. It was designed to bypass most of the museum's levels, an emergency escape for my ancestors if the main seals ever failed. It's too narrow for the entity." "Lead the way," I gasped, my lungs burning, the horrific sounds of the creature's torment still echoing behind us. She nodded, and with a swift, agile movement, she slipped into the shaft, disappearing into the darkness. I followed, careful to close the metal door behind us, plunging us into absolute darkness. The shaft was indeed narrow, a tight squeeze that forced us to descend slowly, using rusted metal rungs embedded in the wall. The air was thick with the smell of old metal and damp earth, a welcome change from the creature's acrid stench. The sounds of the creature's thrashing and shrieking slowly faded, replaced by the grating of metal on metal as we descended. We need to get to the deepest part of the subbasement, Ms. Albright's voice echoed from below, her headlamp a small beacon in the gloom. That's where the next phase of the containment effort begins, the heart of the original seal. The descent felt endless, a journey into the very guts of the ancient museum. My muscles screamed in protest, my hands scraped against the rough metal, but the thought of the monstrous entity above, its enraged shrieks echoing through the structure, spurred me on. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we reached the bottom. The shaft opened into a narrow, damp tunnel hand-carved out of rough rock. The air here was cool and tasted faintly of ozone. "Where are we?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "Beneath the museum's foundations," Ms. Albright replied, her headlamp beam cutting a path through the gloom. "This is where the ley lines converge, the true energetic nexus of this place." We emerged into a vast, cavernous space, far older and more primitive than any part of the museum above. It was not constructed but carved like a natural grotto, yet with undeniable signs of deliberate human modification. Pillars of rough-hewn stone supported an impossibly high ceiling, and intricate symbols, unlike any I had seen in the museum, were carved into the rock walls, pulsating with a faint, internal luminescence. In the center of the cavern, a large, perfectly smooth stone plinth rose from the floor, and upon it, nestled in a shallow depression, sat an object. It was a crystal, not a small, shimmering one like Ms. Albright's proximity sensor, but an immense, multifaceted amethyst, at least 3 feet tall, radiating a soft, purple light that cast an ethereal glow over the entire cavern. It hummed with a deep, almost inaudible vibration that I could feel in my chest. "The heart of the seal," Ms. Albright breathed, her voice filled with reverence. "The primary containment focus, the sleeper's eye, as my ancestors called it." "It's beautiful," I whispered, awestruck. The sheer scale and power of the crystal were palpable. "It is also incredibly ancient," she said. "It has been here for millennia, predating the museum, predating even many civilizations. It naturally dampens and, if properly attuned, can repel the entity. It is the key to forcing it back into dormancy permanently. So the harmonic bell in my emitter. We need to integrate them with this," she explained, approaching the crystal with cautious reverence. "The bell will amplify your precise frequencies, and the crystal will act as the ultimate focal point, anchoring the counter-frequency directly into the ley lines, channeling it through the entire museum's energetic grid. It will be like a sonic pulse sent through the very foundations of the building, reaching every corner where the entity's presence is felt." We spent hours in the subbasement, examining the ancient runes, poring over Ms. Albright's texts, and planning the integration. The sheer ambition of the plan was staggering: to use a fusion of ancient mysticism and cutting-edge sound engineering to combat an entity that defied all scientific explanation. The crystal, the sleeper's eye, hummed with a constant, low vibration. The symbols on the walls pulsed rhythmically, a silent, powerful heartbeat. We discovered that the plinth it sat on was also carved with specific acoustic channels designed to resonate with certain frequencies. It was a complete, integrated system, a masterpiece of ancient, energetic engineering. "This is where we build the ultimate emitter," Ms. Albright said, her voice filled with a new kind of determination. "We will convert this entire chamber into a massive, resonant chamber. We will not just put it to sleep, Dr. Thorne. We will seal it away deeper than ever before. We will make sure it never stirs again." My mind, still grappling with the immensity of the task, felt a flicker of hope. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about containment. It was about restoring balance. "I'll need specialized equipment," I said, thinking aloud. "Not just my portable emitter. I'll need industrial-grade speakers, precise amplifiers, and a robust power source. And I'll need to calculate the precise placement of the harmonic bell, its angle of resonance with the crystal. This will be a delicate operation." "You will have whatever you need," she promised, her eyes fixed on the glowing crystal. "I have resources, but we must be swift. The entity, even disoriented, will eventually recover. And when it does, it will be even more enraged. It knows we are trying to banish it." We climbed back up the maintenance shaft in the pre-dawn hours, exhausted but with a renewed sense of purpose. The horrors of the 4th floor were still vivid, but the knowledge of the crystal, of the true heart of the seal, gave us a powerful, tangible goal. The next few days were a blur of intense activity. Ms. Albright, using her considerable influence and network, procured the necessary industrial audio equipment, heavy-duty amplifiers, and a dedicated power generator, all delivered discreetly to a secure loading dock. I spent every waking hour in my workspace, analyzing the crystal's natural resonance, calculating the precise frequencies needed to connect with the ancient network it was designed to interact with. The following days blurred into a relentless cycle of preparation and planning. Ms. Albright, a whirlwind of efficiency, orchestrated the discreet delivery of the specialized equipment. Large, anonymous vans arrived at the museum's loading dock under the cover of night, disgorging crates filled with high-fidelity industrial speakers, massive power amplifiers, racks of signal processors, and a dedicated silent generator. She even managed to source reinforced cabling and specialized acoustic baffling materials, all attributed to a mysterious major exhibit overhaul that was strictly off-limits to all staff. Her ability to navigate the labyrinthine world of bureaucracy and logistics while simultaneously deflecting suspicion was nothing short of astonishing. My workspace, already a cluttered hub of scientific inquiry, transformed into a command center. I spent hours hunched over schematics, my laptop screen a kaleidoscope of waveforms and data. The recordings from our last foray into the fourth floor were invaluable. The creature's shrieks of pain, its distorted growls under the influence of the sonic disorienter, revealed even more about its internal vibrational structure. I was no longer just dealing with its ambient presence, I had its active, agitated signature. I meticulously mapped the subbasement chamber, using advanced laser measurement tools Ms. Albright provided. The natural acoustics of the cavern, combined with the resonant properties of the carved stone pillars and the central plinth, were a complex puzzle. I had to calculate not just the core frequency for the crystal, but a series of precise harmonic overlays that would interact with the chamber's unique architecture, turning the entire grotto into a giant, living instrument of containment. The harmonic bell, now resting carefully on a padded surface in my workspace, became another focal point. I ran various frequencies through it, observing its natural resonance. It wasn't just metal, it felt alive, humming with a faint internal energy when stimulated. Its purpose, Ms. Albright explained, was to focus and direct the sonic energy like a lens for sound, amplifying the specific counterfrequencies and channeling them directly into the crystal. The crystal is the anchor, she explained one evening, tracing a diagram of the subbasement with a slender finger. It draws power from the Earth's ley lines. Your frequencies will activate it, resonate with it, and the bell will ensure that activation is precise and powerful enough to impact the entity. So the crystal acts like a giant transducer, I mused, translating her mystical terms into my own scientific language. It converts the sonic energy into a broader energetic field that permeates the museum's foundations. Precisely, she affirmed, a rare smile touching her lips. It's an ancient technology refined over centuries. Your science is simply giving it a modern voice. The challenge was immense. I was designing a complex, multi-layered sonic weapon, one that had to be incredibly powerful yet surgically precise. If the frequencies were off, even slightly, we could accidentally strengthen the entity, or worse, unleash an uncontrolled energetic backlash. The text describes specific geometric arrangements for these nodes of containment, Ms. Albright said, pointing to symbols on an aged parchment. They correspond to the natural energy flows of this site. The placement of the bell and indeed the speakers must be exact. Each pillar in that chamber is a natural amplifier, a conduit. We must use them. I found myself consulting Ms. Albright's ancient texts more and more, cross-referencing their esoteric diagrams with my own acoustic models. It was a strange, thrilling fusion of ancient wisdom and modern engineering. The symbols on the parchment, once abstract, began to take on meaning, aligning with acoustic principles I understood. The harmonic intervals of the void turned out to be complex, dissonant chord structures designed to disrupt chaotic energy. The nodes of containment were specific points of acoustic convergence. After 5 intense days, I had a comprehensive plan. It involved strategically placing the industrial speakers throughout the subbasement chamber, creating a phased array that would generate a coherent, powerful sonic field. The harmonic bell would be positioned directly in front of the sleeper's eye crystal, mounted on a specially constructed vibration-dampened stand, angled to focus the sound waves precisely onto the amethyst's multifaceted surface. The generator and amplifiers would be housed in a small, acoustically isolated annex I'd identified within the subbasement, accessible via another, even more obscure maintenance tunnel. The next phase was installation. This would be the riskiest part. We would be working in the deepest part of the museum, completely cut off while the creature was still active, albeit disoriented, on the 4th floor. We need a team, I stated, looking up from my plans. This isn't a 2-person job. Moving and installing this equipment will take days, possibly weeks, and we need to be ready to activate the system at a moment's notice if it stirs. Ms. Albright's face darkened. A team is a liability, Dr. Thorne. The fewer who know, the better. My family has maintained this secret for centuries precisely by limiting exposure. Any additional person is another risk, another vector for the entity to exploit, another mind to twist. But the sheer physical labor involved. I have 2 trusted individuals, she interrupted, her voice firm. They are not museum staff. They are former members of my family's security detail trained in discreet operations. They are loyal, efficient, and they understand the nature of unusual threats. They will assist with the physical installation, but they will not be privy to the full scope of our plan, nor will they spend more time than absolutely necessary in the subbasement. I reluctantly agreed. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than nothing. The thought of bringing anyone else into this horrifying secret, exposing them to the entity, filled me with a fresh wave of anxiety. Ms. Albright's team arrived the next evening. They were 2 silent, imposing figures, a man and a woman, both dressed in utilitarian dark clothing. They moved with an almost unnerving efficiency, speaking only when spoken to, their faces unreadable. They brought their own tools, industrial-grade equipment that made my scientific gear look like toys. Ms. Albright introduced them simply as Marcus and Alara. They nodded curtly to me, their eyes sweeping over my workspace with a professional appraisal that spoke of long experience in covert operations. For the next 4 days, our lives revolved around the subbasement. We worked in shifts, Ms. Albright, Marcus, Alara, and I, meticulously transporting the heavy equipment down the narrow, winding maintenance shaft. The generator was particularly challenging, requiring a complex system of ropes and pulleys that Marcus and Alara rigged with practiced ease. The subbasement chamber, once an ancient, mystical grotto, slowly transformed into a high-tech command center. Speakers were mounted on custom brackets, angled precisely according to my calculations. Cables snaked across the floor, connecting amplifiers, processors, and sensors. Marcus and Alara worked with silent precision, following my instructions to the letter, asking only for clarity on placement or wiring. They seemed unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere, by the faint, rhythmic hum of the crystal, or by the strange symbols glowing softly on the walls. Ms. Albright, meanwhile, acted as our sentry and guide. She monitored the larger proximity sensor, which now showed a constant dull green shimmer, indicating the creature's pervasive, though still sluggish, presence on the upper floors. She also brought down the dampener mist generator, now a larger, continuously operating unit, to constantly saturate the subbasement with the spicy, earthy aroma, creating a localized energetic shield. The dampener will make us less discernible, she explained to Marcus and Alara, her voice low. But it is not absolute. We must be swift, silent, and aware. The work was physically grueling and mentally exhausting. The constant hum of the crystal, the recycled, damp air, and the underlying dread of the entity above slowly wore on us. I found myself snapping at small things, my nerves frayed. But the focus of the work, the intricate challenge of bringing this ancient defense system to life, kept me going. One evening, as we were painstakingly wiring the main power conduit for the amplifiers, Ms. Albright held up a hand, freezing us all. The large proximity sensor in her hand, which usually maintained a dull green glow, began to pulse, a deeper, more agitated emerald. "It's stirring," she whispered, her voice tight. "The dampener is weakening its influence, but it's not foolproof. It senses the increased activity here, the disturbance in its domain." A low, distant thrum echoed through the very stone of the chamber. It wasn't the squelch thud of movement, but a deeper, more resonant vibration, like a pulse of immense, unseen power. The light from the sleeper's eye crystal intensified, pulsing in sync with the distant thrum, as if reacting to the entity's awakening. "It's becoming aware of our efforts," I said, my heart pounding. "It's trying to push through the dampener." Marcus and Alara exchanged a quick glance, their faces grim. They immediately moved to their pre-assigned positions, Marcus drawing a suppressed firearm from his vest, Alara activating a small, handheld sonic emitter, a smaller, more focused version of Ms. Albright's flare gun, capable of emitting a short, sharp burst of disorienting frequency. "Continue working," Ms. Albright commanded, her voice steady despite the tension. "We need to get this online now." The thrum intensified, making the air feel heavy and metallic. Dust rained down from the cavern's ceiling. The green light of the proximity sensor pulsed more rapidly, now with alarming orange flashes. "It's on the second floor," Ms. Albright announced, her eyes fixed on the sensor. "It's bypassed the main entrance. It's moving down towards the basement. It's trying to find the source of the disturbance." Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through me. The basement. That meant it was getting dangerously close to the subbasement entrance, the very maintenance shaft we had used. "How long until it reaches us?" I asked, my voice strained. "Too soon," she replied, her hand now on a long, slender blade she had drawn from within her clothing. "It perceives energetic fluctuations. It knows where we are. We've disturbed it too profoundly." Marcus and Alara positioned themselves at the entrance to the maintenance tunnel, their weapons ready. They were trained for human threats, but this was something else entirely. Their grim determination, however, was unwavering. "We need more time," I urged, frantically tightening a final connection on the main amplifier rack. "If it hits us now, we're finished." Ms. Albright nodded. She pulled a small vial from her satchel. It contained a viscous, glowing liquid. "This is a concentrated energetic repellent. It will create a temporary barrier at the entrance of the maintenance shaft, but it is a last resort. It will fully alert the entity to our exact location." "Do it," I said, my fingers flying across the laptop keyboard, inputting the final activation sequences. "We have to buy time." With a nod, Ms. Albright moved to the entrance of the maintenance shaft. She poured the glowing liquid along the floor, creating a shimmering, almost ethereal line across the opening. As the liquid made contact with the ancient stone, it flared with a brilliant golden light, radiating a powerful, warding energy. A guttural shriek, closer than before, echoed from the depths of the maintenance shaft, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury and pain. The golden light pulsed in response, holding the entity at bay, but the sounds indicated it was pushing against the barrier with immense force. "It's furious," Ms. Albright called out, her voice barely audible over the increasing roars and thumps from the shaft. "It recognizes the ward." Marcus and Alara, despite the terrifying sounds, maintained their defensive positions, their gazes fixed on the golden barrier, ready to engage if it failed. My fingers flew over the keyboard. The intricate calculations, the years of acoustic research, the desperate need for precision, it all converged in this moment. I had to activate the system, the full, integrated counter-frequency. "Almost ready," I yelled, my eyes glued to the progress bar on my laptop screen. The system diagnostic flashed green. "The generator is online, amplifiers are powered, speakers are calibrated. Just need to initiate the core frequency sequence." The thumping and shrieking from the shaft intensified. The golden barrier flickered, its light dimming under the relentless assault. Cracks began to appear in the ancient stone around the shaft entrance. "It's breaking through," Alara shouted, her voice tight with alarm. "Now, Dr. Thorne, now," Ms. Albright screamed. With a final, desperate click, I hit activate. A low, resonant hum filled the chamber, emanating from the industrial speakers. It wasn't the piercing whine of the portable emitter, but a deeper, more encompassing vibration, a complex, multi-layered harmonic sequence that resonated with the very air in the cavern. The sleeper's eye crystal, which had been pulsing erratically, now flared with an incredible, blinding purple light. It hummed not just audibly, but tangibly, vibrating with immense power. The harmonic bell, positioned perfectly before it, began to resonate, its polished metal vibrating with an almost ethereal glow, amplifying and focusing the sonic energy directly onto the crystal's surface. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The golden barrier at the maintenance shaft entrance, which had been flickering, suddenly surged with renewed intensity, pushing back the entity's assault with overwhelming force. The shrieks from the shaft turned into agonizing wails, mixed with sounds of immense, unseen crushing and retraction. The entire subbasement chamber vibrated, not just from the speakers, but from the crystal itself, which was now acting as a giant energetic transducer, channeling the counter-frequency directly into the Earth's ley lines, permeating the very foundations of the museum. I could feel it, the overwhelming, oppressive presence of the entity, which had been a constant background noise in my mind since our first encounter, began to recede. It was like a heavy weight being lifted from my soul. The acrid stench, which had subtly permeated the air, began to dissipate. The roars and wails from the maintenance shaft grew fainter, receding into the distance, gradually replaced by a low, consistent groan, a sound of immense, unwilling surrender. Ms. Albright, her face streaked with dust and sweat, lowered her blade, her eyes fixed on the now stable, powerfully glowing crystal. Marcus and Alara slowly relaxed their stance, their weapons still at the ready, but their bodies less tense. "It's working," Ms. Albright breathed, her voice filled with awe and exhaustion. "The seal, it's reforming." The subbasement chamber, now glowing with the constant purple light of the crystal and humming with the complex counter-frequency, became an island of powerful, benevolent energy. The oppressive darkness, the lurking fear, seemed to have been driven back, replaced by a sense of ancient power and a fragile, hard-won peace. I monitored my laptop. The system was running perfectly. The frequency was stable, powerful, and penetrating. The crystal's energetic output was immense, flowing through the museum's foundations, pushing the entity back deeper and deeper into its dormant state. "The system is active," I announced, my voice hoarse, but filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. "It's generating a full multi-harmonic containment field." Ms. Albright turned to me, a look of profound gratitude and relief on her face. "You did it, Dr. Thorne, you truly did it. My ancestors' legacy, it lives on, stronger than ever." She walked over to the crystal, reaching out a hand not to touch it, but to simply feel its immense power. The light cast dancing shadows across her face, highlighting the deep lines of stress and exhaustion, but also a glimmer of hope. "The primary seal is now reinforced," she explained, her voice gaining strength. "The entity will be driven back to its deepest slumber, deeper than it has been in centuries. It will be contained not just by the sonic energy, but by the re-energized ley lines woven into the very fabric of the museum." "But it's not gone," I clarified, the cold reality settling in. "It's dormant, asleep." "Yes," she confirmed, her gaze unwavering. "These things are never truly gone. They are elemental, Dr. Thorne. But this seal, with your precision, is the strongest it has ever been. It will hold it for generations, perhaps even centuries, if maintained." Marcus and Alara, their immediate threat past, began to methodically check the newly installed equipment, their professionalism unwavering. They were silent witnesses to the impossible, their faces betraying nothing but a quiet competence. We spent the next few hours in the subbasement, monitoring the system, making sure everything was stable. The pervasive feeling of dread had finally lifted. There was still a residual tension and awareness of what lurked beneath, but it was no longer an active, immediate threat. The museum, for the first time since my arrival, felt safe. As the morning light began to filter through the cracks in the sub-basement ceiling, signaling the start of a new day, Ms. Albright turned to me. "Our work here is done for now," she said, her voice softer than I had ever heard it. "The entity is contained, the museum is safe, the public, blissfully unaware, can return to their lives." I looked around the cavern at the immense pulsating crystal, the humming speakers, the complex web of wiring. It was a monument to our desperate ingenuity, a silent testament to a battle fought in the shadows. "What now?" I asked, my voice tinged with the lingering exhaustion and the uncertainty of my own future. My life as a simple sound engineer was irrevocably changed. Ms. Albright met my gaze, a flicker of something new in her ancient eyes, not just burden but a spark of shared understanding, a quiet acknowledgement of the impossible bond forged in terror and triumph. "Now, Dr. Thorne," she said, a faint smile touching her lips, "we rest, and then we begin the work of vigilance. This seal will need to be monitored. Your expertise will be invaluable. You are no longer just a consultant. You are part of this, part of the guardians of this museum and its true purpose." The weight of her words settled on me. I was trapped, in a way, tied to this ancient secret, to this monstrous entity, to this extraordinary woman. But it wasn't a prison, it was a purpose. A terrifying, exhilarating purpose. "The museum will reopen soon," she continued, gesturing vaguely towards the ceiling. "The official explanations will be finalized, the damage repaired. Life will go on, but we will always know what lies beneath." She turned towards the narrow maintenance shaft, her form silhouetted against the purple glow of the crystal. "Let's go, Dr. Thorne. The world outside awaits, unaware as it should be of the forces we have just fought to contain." We began the long climb back up the maintenance shaft, leaving the humming, glowing subbasement, the heart of the newly reinforced seal, behind us. The air grew lighter, less charged with every step upwards. The acrid smell was gone, replaced by the faint, stale scent of the old museum. When we finally emerged into the staff hallway on the ground floor, the early morning light streamed through the grand windows, painting the familiar exhibits in soft, golden hues. The museum was quiet, empty, waiting for the day to begin. It looked normal, pristine, oblivious. But I knew, Ms. Albright knew, Marcus and Alara knew. And deep beneath our feet, contained by a symphony of ancient and modern design, the entity slept. Ms. Albright arranged for Marcus and Alara to leave discreetly, their mission accomplished. They departed with silent nods, dissolving back into the shadows from which they came, leaving us alone in the hushed museum. "Take the rest of the day, Dr. Thorne," Ms. Albright said, her voice heavy with fatigue. "Go home, rest, you've earned it." I nodded, my body aching, my mind still reeling from the events of the past days. I felt an immense exhaustion, but also a profound sense of something concluded, something achieved. I walked through the grand hall, past the silent, looming exhibits, towards the staff exit. The familiar sounds of the city were just beginning to stir outside. A bus rumbled past, a bird chirped, normalcy. But as I stepped out into the crisp morning air, I knew I would never truly be normal again. The world had irrevocably shifted on its axis for me. My ears, once attuned only to the nuances of human sound, now perceived the deeper, resonant hum of the earth, the subtle energy shifts that spoke of ancient powers. My scientific mind, once bound by empirical data, had now embraced the impossible, the mystical. I looked back at the imposing facade of the Beaumont Museum. It was no longer just a building filled with dusty relics. It was a prison, a fortress, a silent battleground, and I, Dr. Elias Thorne, sound engineer, was now one of its vigilant guardians. Over the next few weeks, life in the museum slowly returned to its peculiar version of normal. The damaged areas on the fourth floor were repaired, a superficial cover-up that only Ms. Albright and I knew was merely patching over a monstrous reality. The deranged former employee narrative solidified into official truth. Arthur's death became a tragic, if somewhat sensational, footnote in the museum's history. I returned to my workspace in the Egyptian wing, but my priorities had shifted entirely. My recording equipment was still in place, but now it was linked to the subbasement. I set up a dedicated monitoring station, a discrete display that showed real-time energy readings from the sleeper's eye crystal, the frequency output of the emitter, and the ambient vibrational levels throughout the museum. My new mission was vigilance, to ensure the seal remained strong, to detect any fluctuations, any subtle stirring of the entity long before it could become a threat. Ms. Albright had given me full access to the family archives, now including even more sensitive texts detailing the maintenance rituals, the warning signs, and the history of previous containment breaches. I was immersing myself in the esoteric lore, translating ancient warnings into modern diagnostics. The museum reopened to the public. Visitors once again streamed through its grand halls, marveling at the artifacts, completely unaware of the immense power humming beneath their feet. The irony was not lost on me. They came to witness history, oblivious that history was actively being fought for every single day in the silent depths of the building. Ms. Albright and I developed a new, unspoken routine. She would often visit my workspace, not for formal meetings, but to quietly observe my monitoring screens, her presence a silent confirmation of our shared burden. We rarely spoke of the entity directly, but our conversations were infused with its spectral presence, disguised in discussions of structural integrity, energetic stability, and architectural resonance. I found a strange comfort in this new life, in this terrifying purpose. The solitude of my work, the intellectual challenge of maintaining the ancient seal, the profound connection with Ms. Albright, it all filled a void I hadn't even known existed. I was no longer just a scientist, I was a guardian. One evening, as the museum closed and the last visitors shuffled out, Ms. Albright entered my workspace, carrying a small, intricately carved wooden box. The air around it seemed to shimmer faintly, imbued with a subtle, earthy scent. "I believe this belongs with you now, Dr. Thorne," she said, her voice soft. She placed the box on my desk. I opened it carefully. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was the small, antique compass-like device with the shimmering crystal at its center, her original proximity sensor. "It is attuned to you now," she explained. "It reacts to your unique energetic signature as well as the entities. Consider it a personal warning system, a constant reminder." I picked up the device. The crystal glowed with a faint, steady blue light in my hand, reflecting the soft glow of my monitoring screens. It was a symbol, a link, a permanent connection to the impossible world I now inhabited. It was a heavy weight, but also a profound trust. "Thank you," I said, my voice barely a whisper. She nodded, her eyes meeting mine, a depth of understanding passing between us that transcended words. "The seal is stable," I reported, gesturing to my screens. "All parameters are within acceptable limits. The crystal's resonance is strong." "Good," she replied, a faint smile on her lips. "But remember, Dr. Thorne, vigilance is eternal. These ancient forces, they are patient. And they remember, you remember, we remember." Her words hung in the air, a chilling reminder that the battle was never truly over. It was merely a pause, a period of uneasy peace. The entity was dormant, but it was not gone. It was waiting. And so were we, ready to fight again should the ancient seal ever falter. I continued my work, dedicating myself to the complex monitoring systems and the ongoing analysis of the entity's subtle energetic fluctuations. The subbasement became my sacred space, visited only by Ms. Albright and myself for periodic physical inspections and recalibrations of the sonic emitter. The industrial speakers pulsed with an almost imperceptible hum, a silent song of containment. The amethyst crystal glowed with its constant, powerful purple light, anchoring the seal, drawing power from the Earth's ancient heart. Our days were filled with the mundane tasks of museum operation, while our nights were a silent vigil against unseen horrors. We became adept at maintaining the facade of normalcy, two figures moving through the grand, silent halls, each carrying a secret that could shatter the world. Then, weeks later, a subtle shift began to register on my monitors. It was almost imperceptible at first, a tiny fluctuation in the ambient vibrational field on the third floor near the Egyptian wing. A barely audible hum that my new, hypersensitive ears picked up, a whisper beyond the range of normal hearing. I cross-referenced it with the historical data from Ms. Albright's archives. The patterns were faint but undeniable, similar to the initial stirrings that had preceded Arthur's death. "Ms. Albright," I said one morning, my voice grave as she entered my workspace, "the readings, they're showing something." She leaned over my shoulder, her eyes narrowing as she studied the waveforms on my screen. The blue light of the proximity sensor in my pocket pulsed, a faint, almost subliminal beat. "The third floor," she murmured, her gaze fixed on a particular section of the vibrational map. "Near the sarcophagi, this is where it was strongest before the renovations, before it fully manifested on the fourth floor." "It's not strong enough to breach the subbasement seal," I clarified, "but it's stirring, testing the new containment perhaps, or reaching out." "It is adapting," she corrected, her voice low and tense. "It is a force of immense patience. It senses the new seal and it is searching for the weakest point. It is not trying to escape yet. It is exploring, perceiving its new boundaries." The thought sent a shiver down my spine. It was learning, adapting. The entity wasn't just a mindless beast. It was something ancient and cunning, a being of pure malevolence that could evolve its tactics. "What do we do?" I asked, looking at her. The uneasy peace had shattered. The battle, it seemed, was indeed eternal. "We reinforce," she stated, her jaw setting with grim determination. "The subbasement seal is holding the main entity, but its energetic tendrils, its echoes, can still reach. We must create localized dampeners, miniature containment fields within the museum itself at the specific points where its influence is beginning to resurface." "Where do we start?" "The Egyptian wing," she said, her eyes now gleaming with renewed resolve. "Right here, your workspace. We will build a secondary, localized sonic dampener integrated with the ancient artifacts in this section, the ones your instruments so innocently detected when you first arrived. The very artifacts that had drawn me into this nightmare. the ancient pieces imbued with subtle energies that were now becoming terrifyingly clear. We'll need to work discreetly, I said, already imagining the technical challenges. No more industrial equipment, something subtle hidden within the exhibits themselves. Exactly, she confirmed, a spark of scientific curiosity mixed with ancient wisdom in her eyes. We will use the museum against itself, Dr. Thorne. We will turn its very history, its relics, into weapons of containment. The challenge was exhilarating, terrifying. To engineer a subtle, localized sonic defense system, hidden in plain sight, using ancient artifacts as its components. It was the ultimate fusion of my scientific expertise and Ms. Albright's ancestral knowledge. We began our new project the very next night after the museum had closed. The initial faint hum on the third floor persisted, a constant, low-level irritant, a reminder of the lurking evil. It wasn't a threat of immediate escape, but a probing, a reassertion of its presence. Ms. Albright retrieved a series of smaller, more portable texts from her archives. These described minor foci, resonant wards, and protective harmonies that could be woven into everyday objects or specifically into ancient relics to create localized dampening fields. Our first target was a specific granite sarcophagus in the Egyptian wing, a massive, intricately carved coffin that had always emanated a peculiar, almost imperceptible energetic charge. Ms. Albright's text revealed it was once used as a minor ward against energetic pollution. This sarcophagus, she explained, tracing a finger over a faded diagram, contains a specific crystalline inlay beneath its lid. It resonates with a frequency that naturally repels chaotic energy. We need to activate it, reinforce it with a precise, low-amplitude counterfrequency. My task was to design a miniature, almost invisible sonic emitter, powered by a long-lasting discrete battery capable of producing that exact frequency. It would be hidden within the sarcophagus, its sound waves resonating with the ancient crystalline inlay, turning the exhibit itself into a subtle, silent protector. The work was painstaking. I spent hours carefully analyzing the natural resonance of the sarcophagus, using tiny, sensitive accelerometers and microphones. The granite had a deep, stable resonance, and the hidden crystals, once I located them with a modified borescope, hummed with a specific, protective frequency. I designed a custom-fabricated emitter, no larger than my thumb, using piezoelectric technology to generate the precise ultrasonic frequency. It was designed to be undetectable to human ears, but perfectly tuned to interact with the sarcophagus's ancient properties. Ms. Albright, meanwhile, began preparing a series of ancient herbal poultices and mineral powders, described in her texts as energetic purifiers. These would be carefully placed within the sarcophagus, not only to cleanse it, but to help amplify the emitter's subtle energies. The night of deployment was tense. The faint hum from the third floor had grown slightly more pronounced, a constant, unsettling background noise that no one but us could hear. "It knows we are working," Ms. Albright murmured as we quietly approached the sarcophagus in the darkened Egyptian wing. "It senses our intent." I carefully inserted the tiny emitter into a concealed crevice within the granite, making sure it was perfectly aligned with the hidden crystalline inlay. Ms. Albright meticulously placed her herbal poultices and mineral powders around the emitter, chanting softly in an ancient language, her words blending with the almost imperceptible hum of the device. As I activated the emitter, a strange thing happened. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from within the sarcophagus, a soft green light that pulsed gently, mirroring the silent hum of the emitter. The air around the sarcophagus felt lighter, purer, almost as if a subtle pressure had been relieved. "It's working," Ms. Albright whispered, her eyes fixed on the glowing sarcophagus. "The ward is active. It will create a localized zone of energetic repulsion, pushing back the entity's influence." I checked my monitors back in my workspace. The faint hum from the third floor had noticeably receded, replaced by a subtle, localized field of chaotic energy dispersion around the sarcophagus. It wasn't gone, but it was being actively pushed back, disrupted. Over the next few weeks, we continued this meticulous work. We identified other minor foci within the museum, a specific bronze statue in the Greek wing, a series of intricately carved wooden panels in the medieval exhibit, even a set of ancient bells in the Asian collection. Each artifact, according to Ms. Albright's texts, had unique resonant properties, designed to interact with specific frequencies to create localized dampening fields. I became an expert in the secret language of these artifacts, designing custom emitters for each one, carefully concealing them within the exhibits, transforming the entire museum into a subtle, interconnected network of containment. Ms. Albright provided the ancient knowledge, the history, the precise placement, and the ritualistic reinforcement. I provided the scientific precision, the engineering, the modern voice for these ancient defenses. The museum, bustling with daytime visitors, became a living, breathing shield, humming with a symphony of inaudible counterfrequencies, each artifact a silent guardian. The entity's influence, while never truly absent, was systematically pushed back, confined, its tendrils unable to fully manifest or exert its will. But the work was endless. Each time we deployed a new dampener, the entity would subtly shift its focus, probing other areas, seeking new vulnerabilities. It was a constant, silent war, a dance of ancient malevolence and modern vigilance. One day, Ms. Albright entered my workspace with a more serious expression than usual. The proximity sensor in my pocket was pulsing with a very faint, almost imperceptible red glow. "It has found a new weak point," she said, her voice. Ms. Albright, her voice filled with a new, grave urgency. "The Western Expansion Wing, specifically the Frontier Spirit exhibit." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the museum's cool air. The Frontier Spirit exhibit. It was a sprawling collection on the second floor, filled with historical wagons, settlers' tools, and indigenous artifacts from the American West. It was an area we hadn't focused on much, deemed less energetically significant than the ancient, ritualistic collections. The proximity sensor in my pocket pulsed with that faint, unsettling red. "The texts refer to it as the Edge," she continued, her finger tracing an invisible line on my desk. "A boundary zone, this area was not part of the original ley line network that my ancestors established. It was a later addition, a new wing built over what was considered energetically neutral ground. But neutral ground can become fertile ground for other forces." "What kind of forces?" I asked, my gaze fixed on the red flicker of the sensor. "Chaos," she replied simply. "Disruption. This area, because it lacks the ancient anchors and wards present in older sections, is more susceptible to external influence. The entity, in its search for vulnerabilities, is testing this edge of our containment." "And the red light?" "It signifies something beyond mere stirring or probing," Ms. Albright explained, her eyes darkening. "It means it's attempting to exert direct influence, to manifest its presence not just energetically, but perhaps even physically through a specific object or space within that exhibit." This was worse than I thought. Localized dampeners for energetic tendrils were one thing. Dealing with a potential physical manifestation was another entirely. "What artifacts are in that wing?" I asked, already mentally reviewing the museum's layout. "Anything that could serve as a focal point for it?" "Many," she admitted grimly. "The Frontier Spirit exhibit is a collection of relics from a period of great upheaval, of raw survival, of land unsettled and often brutally claimed. Objects imbued with strong emotions, with the echoes of both triumph and tragedy. These are precisely the kinds of energetic signatures the entity can exploit." She pulled out a large, leather-bound volume from her satchel, its pages brittle with age. It was unlike the other texts, less about intricate diagrams and more about anecdotal warnings. My ancestors recorded a single incident centuries ago during the museum's earliest expansions. An attempt to annex a neutral gallery resulted in a localized energetic eruption. A minor breach, but potent enough to cause irreversible psychological damage to several early staff members, and to draw the entity's attention in a way it hadn't before. They called the affected objects resonators of despair. "Resonators of despair," I repeated, the phrase chilling me. "Yes, objects that through their history, through the intense suffering or struggle associated with them, become conduits for discordant energies. The entity can latch onto these, amplify their negative resonance, and use them as a means to slowly bleed into our reality. So we need to find this resonator in the Frontier Spirit Wing and neutralize it." Ms. Albright nodded slowly. "And we need to do it quickly." The red glow suggests it is not merely probing, but actively seeking to anchor itself. If it achieves even a partial localized manifestation, it could create a cascade effect, destabilizing the main subbasement seal. The urgency in her voice spurred me to action. "I'll need to run scans on the entire Frontier Spirit exhibit, ambient vibrational analysis, energy signature mapping, acoustic resonance of every major artifact. We're looking for an energetic hot spot, a localized point where the entity's influence is most concentrated." "Agreed," she said, "but be prepared. The methods for neutralizing these resonators are different. Not all ancient objects can be simply dampened with a precise frequency. Some require a more direct approach, a severing of the energetic link." Her words hinted at something more visceral, more dangerous than our previous work. I packed my most sensitive portable equipment, a wideband spectral analyzer, microaccelerometers, a thermal imaging camera, and a specialized borescope with energetic field detection. I also grabbed my modified portable sonic emitter just in case. We waited until the museum was closed, the last security guard's rounds completed. The silence was heavier tonight, punctuated by the almost imperceptible hum that only I seemed to hear, growing stronger from the direction of the second floor. As we ascended the grand staircase, the air grew noticeably colder, even colder than it had been on the fourth floor during our initial forays. The acrid stench, which had been banished from most of the museum by our dampeners, was subtly returning here, a faint but unmistakable sign of the entity's presence. The red glow from my pocket sensor intensified slightly with each step. It's already well established here, Ms. Albright murmured, her hand instinctively going to the long blade concealed beneath her jacket. The Frontier Spirit exhibit was a vast open-plan space, dimly lit by the emergency lights. Shadows danced over covered wagons, display cases filled with antique firearms, worn leather saddles, and mannequins dressed in period clothing. The atmosphere was oppressive, a heavy blanket of dread that pressed down on my chest. I began my scans, moving slowly through the exhibit, setting up portable sensors, connecting them to my laptop. The data began to stream in: erratic thermal fluctuations, localized gravity anomalies, and most concerningly, highly discordant vibrational patterns emanating from various points. The entity's influence is widespread here, I whispered, pointing to my screen. It's like a web touching multiple objects. It's casting a wide net, testing its reach, Ms. Albright observed, her eyes scanning the darkened room. But there will be a central node, a primary anchor. That's what we need to find. We continued our methodical search. The red glow of the proximity sensor grew steadily brighter, pulsing with an alarming urgency as we approached a central display. A recreated Frontier cabin interior, complete with a rough-hewn table, a rocking chair, and a single, large wooden chest at its center. The chest, Ms. Albright said, her voice barely audible. That's it. My instruments confirmed it. All the discordant readings converged on that object. The vibrational patterns around it were chaotic, almost violent, a cacophony of energetic noise. The thermal camera showed a distinct, unnaturally cold spot radiating from it, despite the ambient temperature of the room. The air around it shimmered faintly, a visual distortion that made the wood look warped and diseased. The chest itself was old, made of dark, heavy wood, reinforced with iron bands. It looked unremarkable, yet a palpable sense of unease radiated from it, a silent scream frozen in time. This is the resonator of despair, Ms. Albright confirmed, her face pale in the dim light. I can feel the echoes of its past. This object has absorbed immense sorrow, loss, and desperate longing. As we approached the chest, the red light on my proximity sensor flared to a blinding, angry crimson. A low, guttural growl, unlike anything I had heard before, resonated from within the chest, a sound that vibrated through the floorboards and deep into my bones. The air crackled with unseen energy, raising the hairs on my arms. It's trying to manifest, I gasped, clutching my portable emitter, my hands shaking. It's using the chest as a conduit, Ms. Albright retorted, drawing her long, slender blade. The ancient silver of its hilt seemed to absorb the ambient light, gleaming with a cold, determined resolve. The lid of the chest began to slowly, agonizingly lift, creaking ominously. A thick, inky blackness welled up from within, coalescing into a vaguely amorphous, shifting mass pulsating with malevolent light. It was a partial manifestation, a terrifying glimpse of the entity's true form, constrained by the limits of the physical world but still utterly monstrous. Ms. Albright didn't hesitate. The texts speak of severing the link, she yelled, her voice cutting through the growing dread. With ancient metals attuned to the ley lines and a focused energetic discharge, it must be struck directly. She lunged forward, blade held high, aiming for the center of the dark mass emerging from the chest. But as she moved, the manifested entity struck first, a tendril of black energy lashing out, catching her arm. She cried out, stumbling back, dropping her blade. A faint, sickening sizzle filled the air, and a patch of her sleeve began to smoke. Ms. Albright, I shouted, rushing to her side. Her face was contorted in pain, but her eyes remained fierce. Go activate your emitter, disrupt it, she commanded, pushing me away. It needs a focal point, a sonic burst to sever its nascent connection to this object. My mind raced, a localized sonic burst to sever an energetic link. It was a risk. Too much power and it could cause an uncontrolled energetic explosion, damaging the museum. Too little and it wouldn't work, allowing the entity to fully manifest. I aimed my portable emitter at the chest, my hands steadying despite my fear. The manifested entity was now larger, its form more defined, tendrils of darkness writhing and expanding. The growl intensified, a deafening roar that shook the entire wing. What frequency? I yelled, my voice barely audible over the growing chaos. The texts describe a dissonant harmonic, she gasped, clutching her injured arm. A frequency of void and severance. It must disrupt, not merely dampen. The void and severance, I muttered, recalling the complex chord structures I had discovered in her family's ancient texts. The harmonic intervals of the void. I quickly input the sequence into my emitter, a complex, destructive frequency designed to shatter, not just soothe. With a deep breath, I pressed the activation button. A focused, high-amplitude sonic pulse shot out from my emitter, a visible ripple in the air, striking the dark, writhing mass above the chest. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. The entity shrieked, a sound of unimaginable agony, a deafening, piercing wail that made my teeth ache. The dark mass violently recoiled, convulsing, then disintegrated into a cloud of swirling black smoke, sucked back into the chest as if by an unseen vacuum. The chest slammed shut with a resounding clang, the iron bands vibrating with the aftermath of the energetic backlash. The red light on my proximity sensor immediately dimmed, then faded completely, returning to its dull general glow. The acrid stench dissipated almost instantly, replaced by a faint smell of ozone. The oppressive cold lifted. Silence, a terrifying, absolute silence, broken only by our ragged breathing. I rushed to Ms. Albright's side. Her sleeve was singed and a patch of skin on her forearm was red and blistered, but the wound was already beginning to fade, leaving behind only a faint discoloration. The ancient repellent she carried, or perhaps her own innate resilience, was working. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice trembling. She nodded, flexing her arm. "It stings, but it's passing. You did it, Dr. Thorne. You severed the link." We stood there for a moment, catching our breath, the adrenaline slowly receding. The chest, once a beacon of malevolence, now seemed inert, just an old wooden box, but we both knew the danger it still posed. "We can't leave this here," I said, looking at the chest. "It's a persistent conduit. Even severed, the potential remains." "Agreed," she replied, her eyes firm. "The texts state that once a resonator has been identified and used, it must be completely neutralized. The item itself must be cleansed, purified, and sealed away in a consecrated space." "A consecrated space?" "Beneath the subbasement," she explained, "there is a smaller, even deeper chamber. My ancestors called it the null chamber. It is devoid of ley line influence, a place of energetic vacuum, designed to utterly nullify and contain objects too dangerous to simply dampen." The idea of another hidden chamber, even deeper, filled me with a mixture of dread and fascination. "How do we get it down there?" The chest looked incredibly heavy, certainly too heavy for just the two of us. "Marcus and Alara," she said. "This requires muscle and discretion. They will be informed that we are transferring a highly unstable, valuable artifact for deep storage." We spent the rest of the night securing the Frontier Spirit Wing, placing temporary dampeners around the chest, and setting up advanced monitoring equipment to ensure no residual energetic bleed-through. The threat was contained, but the experience was a stark reminder of the entity's cunning and adaptability. It wasn't just reacting, it was learning. The next morning, Marcus and Alara arrived, their usual stoic expressions betraying no surprise at being tasked with moving a heavy, seemingly ordinary wooden chest from a museum exhibit to a secret sub-subbasement. They moved with their customary efficiency, rigging specialized straps, and using a heavy-duty hand truck to carefully transport the chest. The journey down to the null chamber was even more arduous than the trip to the subbasement. We descended through another hidden, narrower passage branching off from the main subbasement cavern, a spiraling tunnel carved directly into the bedrock. The air grew progressively colder, drier, and completely devoid of any energetic signature. My sensors, which normally detected the faint hum of the ley lines even in deep rock, registered absolute energetic silence. It was indeed a null zone. The null chamber itself was small, circular, and utterly plain. No glowing symbols, no intricate carvings, just smooth, dark rock. In the center, a perfectly flat, dark stone slab sat, almost blending into the floor. "This is it," Ms. Albright said, her voice hushed. "The final resting place for such objects." Marcus and Alara carefully lowered the chest onto the slab. As it made contact, a faint, barely audible sheeing echoed through the chamber, as if the very air itself was being cleansed. My proximity sensor, which had been registering nothing in this chamber, pulsed with a faint, steady blue, as if acknowledging the successful containment. Ms. Albright then performed a simple, ancient ritual, sprinkling a fine, iridescent dust over the chest and chanting softly in the forgotten language. The dust seemed to dissolve into the wood, leaving no trace. "It is done," she announced, her voice filled with a quiet finality. "The link is broken and the object is inert. It can no longer be used as a conduit." As we ascended back into the main subbasement, the return of the crystal's purple glow and the gentle hum of the main emitter felt like a warm embrace after the chilling void of the null chamber. The successful neutralization of the resonator of despair was a victory, but it came at a cost. The entity had shown us a new facet of its intelligence, a chilling capacity to adapt and exploit. The weeks that followed were a blur of intense research and proactive defense. The encounter with the chest had fundamentally changed our approach. We could no longer simply react to the entity's probes, we had to anticipate them. I spent hours poring over Ms. Albright's ancient texts, cross-referencing their warnings with my own energetic mapping data. We began to systematically identify other potential resonators of despair throughout the museum, objects imbued with intense historical or emotional significance. The ancient texts, once a guide for containment, now became a preemptive strike manual. Our targets included an ancient war drum from a forgotten Mesoamerican civilization, said to have witnessed countless sacrifices, a collection of personal letters from soldiers who died in the trenches of World War I, preserved in their original blood-stained envelopes, A statue of a weeping angel, salvaged from a plague cemetery in medieval Europe. A display of navigational instruments from a lost polar expedition, imbued with the despair of a crew slowly freezing to death. Each artifact presented a unique challenge. My miniature sonic emitters had to be custom-tuned for each object's specific resonant frequency and energetic signature. Ms. Albright's rituals were adapted, often requiring rare herbs, minerals, or even specific astronomical alignments for maximum effect. The work was grueling, secretive, and utterly consuming. We moved through the museum like ghosts, performing our rituals under the cover of night, transforming each dangerous relic into a subtle, silent ward. Marcus and Alara were often on standby, helping us transport the more potent resonators to the null chamber for permanent containment. The museum, once a silent bastion of history, now hummed with a low, inaudible symphony of containment. Each section, each wing became a layer in our defense. The subbasement held the main entity, while the upper floors were latticed with a network of localized dampeners and neutralized resonators. One evening, as I was recalibrating the emitter hidden within the war drum in the Mesoamerican wing, Ms. Albright entered my workspace with a look of deep concern. The small proximity sensor in my pocket was still, its crystal glowing a faint, steady blue, no immediate threat, but her face told a different story. "The entity has gone silent," she announced, her voice tight. "Silent?" I asked, looking up from my laptop. My monitors showed a steady output from the subbasement emitter, a consistent localized field around each dampener. The ambient energy readings were stable. "What do you mean?" "Its echoes, its probes, its subtle shifts, they have ceased," she explained, gesturing vaguely upwards. "My own sensors, attuned to its more ethereal presence, are showing nothing. It's as if it has withdrawn completely." A cold dread settled over me. Silence from the entity was far more unsettling than its sporadic probes. It suggested a tactical retreat, a regrouping. "Is it possible it's finally dormant?" I asked, a flicker of hope trying to ignite within me. She shook her head, her eyes distant. "No, not this kind of silence. This is calculated. It has retreated, yes, but not into dormancy, into observation. It has learned the limits of our current defenses. It is assessing." "Assessing what?" "A new angle of attack," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. "Or a new weakness. It knows we are strengthening our external defenses. It has learned that direct, energetic probes and localized manifestations are now met with immediate countermeasures, so it will change its strategy." The thought sent a shiver down my spine. The entity wasn't just a force of chaos, it was a strategist, an ancient, malevolent intelligence. "What could it be planning?" Ms. Albright walked over to the ancient texts I had open on my desk, her finger tracing a faded illustration of the museum's blueprint. "It knows the museum's energetic layout, it knows the ley lines, it knows the crystal in the subbasement is its primary restraint. It also knows where our dampeners are. It is contained, but it is not passive. It is seeking a way to circumvent our efforts entirely." "Circumvent how?" "The texts speak of a shadow weaving," she explained, her gaze fixed on the blueprint. "When the entity is fully aware of its containment and cannot breach it directly, it attempts to manipulate the energetic fabric around the containment. Not an escape, but a corruption." "Corruption?" "A subtle twisting of the museum's energetic identity. A draining of its benevolent energies, a slow poisoning of its spiritual core. It would turn the museum, slowly but surely, into a place of inherent dread, a beacon for negative forces even if it cannot escape." This was a nightmare scenario. A museum designed to inspire, to uplift, slowly transforming into a monument to despair, a place that actively radiated malevolence. And all the while, the entity would remain contained in the subbasement, its prison becoming its throne. "How would it do that?" "Through the visitors," she said, her voice grim. "Through their emotional responses, through the subtle energetic imprint they leave behind. It feeds on negative emotions, fear, sadness, anger. If it can subtly amplify these, if it can make the museum a place where such emotions fester, it gains power. It becomes stronger even in its slumber, making future breaches more likely, more potent." The idea was horrifying. The innocent visitors, drawn by history and culture, would unknowingly become unwitting conduits, feeding the entity's growing strength. "We need to protect the visitors," I said, a new resolve hardening my voice. "But how? We can't tell them what's happening." "No," she confirmed. "The shadow weaving is a subtle art. It manifests as a pervasive unease, a lingering dread that visitors cannot explain. Minor accidents, unexplained technological failures, sudden feelings of despair among the staff. Small things that accumulate, eroding the museum's protective aura. So we need to create a countermeasure that actively promotes positive energetic fields, something to counteract the negative amplification." "Precisely," she said, nodding. "The texts mention resonant wards of sanctuary. Frequencies designed not to repel, but to uplift, to soothe, to foster a sense of peace and wonder. These must be woven into the very fabric of the public spaces, using artifacts that naturally resonate with benevolent energies." This was a new challenge, a complete reversal of our previous defense strategies. Instead of disruption and containment, we now needed to focus on creation and positive reinforcement. What artifacts are suitable for this? I asked, already thinking of my acoustic models. We're looking for objects that inspire, that radiate hope or serenity. Ms. Albright led me to a different section of her archives, pulling out a scroll made of fine papyrus. The Egyptian wing holds many such artifacts, not the sarcophagi or the death masks, but the ceremonial objects, the offerings to the gods, the symbols of rebirth and creation, the Ankh of Osiris, for instance, or the Lotus of Ra. The Ankh of Osiris was a renowned exhibit, a beautifully crafted bronze ankh symbolizing life and regeneration adorned with intricate hieroglyphs. The Lotus of Ra was a delicate jewel-encrusted sculpture of an opening lotus flower, representing creation and the rising sun. Both were magnets for public admiration. These objects are already imbued with powerful, positive energetic signatures, she explained. We need to amplify them, to turn them into beacons of benevolent energy, radiating peace and hope throughout the public areas. My task was to design miniature sonic emitters that would gently, subtly amplify the natural positive resonance of these artifacts. These wouldn't be disruptive frequencies, but harmonizing ones, subtle undertones that would subtly influence the energetic environment. This is a delicate operation, I mused, already planning the circuitry. The frequencies must be perfectly matched to the artifact's inherent resonance, otherwise we could distort or even negate their positive effects. Indeed, she agreed. This is not about force, Dr. Thorne, but about gentle persuasion. We are creating a subtle energetic antidote to the entity's subtle poison. Our work shifted from defense to spiritual prophylaxis. We identified several key artifacts in various public wings that naturally exuded positive energy. A serene Buddha statue in the Asian collection, a gift from a distant temple. A collection of intricate stained glass panels depicting saints, rescued from a ruined cathedral in Europe. A beautifully preserved ancient Greek lyre, said to have been used in healing ceremonies. For each, I developed custom, ultra-low amplitude sonic emitters carefully calibrated to resonate with the object's inherent energetic signature. Ms. Albright devised complementary rituals, often involving burning fragrant resins or carefully placing blessed earth from sacred sites around the exhibits to further amplify their positive effects. The museum began to subtly change. While the entity's silence was unsettling, the pervasive feeling of dread which had slowly seeped into the building gradually receded. Visitors, once prone to generalized fatigue or unexplained melancholy, seemed brighter, more engaged. The staff reported fewer minor accidents, fewer feelings of inexplicable anxiety. The shadow weaving was being counteracted. This new phase of our work, focused on positive reinforcement, was strangely fulfilling. It wasn't just about fighting a monster, it was about nurturing the very essence of the museum, protecting its spirit. I felt a profound connection to these ancient objects, not just as scientific curiosities, but as living, breathing components of a larger, benevolent, energetic system. One day, as I finished installing a new emitter within the base of the Buddha statue, Ms. Albright entered the Asian wing, her face once again etched with concern. My proximity sensor, which had been glowing a steady blue for weeks, now flickered with a very faint, almost imperceptible purple. Not red, not green, but a new, ominous color. What is it now? I asked, my heart sinking. The entity has revealed its new strategy, she said, her voice grim. It's no longer attempting to corrupt the museum's energetic identity from within its containment. It's trying to corrupt the source. The source, you mean? The ley lines, she finished, her eyes fixed on the distant walls of the museum. It's trying to poison the very energetic currents that flow through the earth and into the museum. The purple glow on your sensor indicates a disruption of the natural energetic flow, a distortion of the ley line matrix itself. This was unprecedented. All our previous efforts had focused on containment within the museum. But if the entity could corrupt the ley lines outside the building, it would undermine the very foundation of the subbasement seal. The crystal, the sleeper's eye, drew its immense power from these lines. If they were poisoned, the crystal's power would wane and the main containment would eventually fail. How is it doing this? I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. It's contained in the subbasement. How can it reach outside the museum to contaminate the ley lines? It has found a loophole, she replied, her voice filled with a terrible certainty. The museum sits on a nexus of ley lines, but not all of those lines flow directly into the sleeper's eye. Some are tributaries, running deeper into the earth, converging at points outside the immediate museum grounds. It has found one of these external convergences, a point of ancient natural weakness. And what happens if it succeeds? A slow, agonizing death for the museum, she stated, her face pale. The crystal would lose its power, the dampeners would fail, the positive wards would be overwhelmed. The entity would emerge stronger than ever and unleash its full horror upon the city. It would be a catastrophe beyond anything we have imagined. This was the ultimate threat, not just the museum but the entire city, unknowingly protected by this fragile ancient seal. Where is this external convergence point? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Ms. Albright pointed to an old map of the city, one of her family's ancient cartographical charts, which showed not just streets and buildings, but faint, glowing lines crisscrossing beneath the urban sprawl. Her finger landed on a spot several blocks away from the museum, in an older, disused section of the city. Beneath the old municipal library, she revealed, a site of immense ancient knowledge, and unfortunately a natural energetic nexus that our ancestors could not completely integrate into the museum's primary seal. It was deemed too far, too costly, and at the time too energetically stable to warrant extensive intervention. The old municipal library, I knew the building, a grand Gothic structure closed for years due to structural instabilities and budget cuts. It was largely forgotten, a relic of a bygone era. Now it held the key to the entity's ultimate strategy. We need to go there, I said, my decision immediate and absolute. It will be far more dangerous than anything we have faced, she warned, her eyes serious. The museum provides a measure of protection, a known energetic environment. The library is uncharted territory for us, a place where the entity's influence will be unchecked, unfettered by our established defenses. But it's the only way, I insisted. If the ley lines are corrupted, everything we've done here is for nothing. She nodded slowly, a grim acceptance settling on her features. Then we prepare for war, Dr. Thorne, a war outside our fortress on enemy ground. The next few days were a frenzy of preparation. Ms. Albright delved into forgotten sections of her family's archives, searching for any mention of the municipal library's energetic history, any ancient warnings or countermeasures relevant to external ley line corruption. I assembled a formidable array of portable equipment, not just my sonic emitters, but also a specialized multi-frequency ley line disruptor I had been developing for worst-case scenarios, designed to temporarily sever or cleanse corrupted energetic flows. We also involved Marcus and Alara. This mission was too critical, too dangerous for just the two of us. Ms. Albright explained the basic premise, a critical energetic anomaly in a disused location, without revealing the full, terrifying truth of the entity. They listened with their usual stoic professionalism, accepting the assignment without question. This location is outside the museum's direct influence, Ms. Albright explained to them, indicating the library on a map. Our usual dampening mist will be less effective. The entity's presence may be stronger, be ready for anything. They simply nodded, checking their formidable array of weapons and specialized gear. They were a reassuring presence, a tangible force in a world of unseen horrors. The night we chose for our foray into the municipal library was dark and rainy, a fitting backdrop for our grim mission. We moved under the cloak of night, a small, discreet team, our faces grim and determined. Ms. Albright carried a larger version of her flare gun, loaded with more powerful sonic disorienters, and a satchel filled with vials of concentrated energetic repellents. I carried my ley line disruptor, my laptop, and a more powerful, wide-spectrum sonic emitter. Marcus and Alara were armed with their suppressed firearms, combat knives, and specialized energetic dampening grenades, portable versions of the dampener mist generator. The old municipal library loomed before us, a dark, imposing silhouette against the stormy sky. Its Gothic architecture seemed to claw at the clouds, its empty windows like vacant eyes. A sense of profound decay and oppressive stillness emanated from it even before we stepped inside. The purple glow on my proximity sensor was now steady and intense. "This is it," Ms. Albright whispered, her voice barely audible over the drumming rain. "The heart of the corruption." Marcus, with practiced ease, breached a back entrance, deftly bypassing the rusted locks and alarms that had long since fallen into disrepair. The heavy, ornate door creaked open, revealing a cavernous interior cloaked in absolute darkness. The air was thick with the smell of old paper, dust, and something else, a subtle yet unmistakable acrid stench, far stronger than anything we had encountered in the museum's upper floors. "It's here," I whispered, my voice hoarse. My proximity sensor pulsed with an alarming intensity, the purple light now flecked with angry streaks of black. This wasn't just corruption, it was active manipulation. We moved stealthily through the library's vast, silent halls. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with rotting tomes loomed like shadowy giants. Dust motes danced in the beams of our headlamps, creating an eerie, ethereal glow. Each step we took echoed ominously in the oppressive silence. The entity's presence here was overwhelming. It wasn't just a cold spot or an acrid scent. It was a pervasive mental pressure, a psychic assault that made my head ache and my thoughts feel sluggish. It felt like walking through thick psychological mud. "The ley line nexus is deep beneath the main reading room," Ms. Albright directed, her voice tight with effort. "My texts indicate a hidden crypt, a foundational chamber beneath the original cornerstone." As we approached the main reading room, the atmosphere grew even more suffocating. The air was heavy, metallic, crackling with an unseen energy. The purple-black flashes on my sensor were constant now, a violent kaleidoscope of corrupted energy. The reading room was immense, with a towering arched ceiling and long empty tables. In the center, directly beneath a massive, ornate skylight, a large, ornate marble pedestal stood, once likely holding a prominent statue or bust. Now it was empty. But the emptiness was an illusion. From the pedestal, a faint, almost invisible shimmer emanated, a distortion in the air that seemed to pull at the very fabric of reality. And from deep beneath it, a low, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum pulsed through the floor, a dark, malevolent heartbeat. "That's it," Ms. Albright whispered, pointing to the pedestal. "The external nexus, the point of corruption." As we moved closer, the air around the pedestal began to distort more violently. The acrid stench intensified, choking us. The thrumming grew louder, vibrating through our entire bodies, threatening to shake us apart. And then, from the distortion around the pedestal, a chilling sound emerged, a faint, almost subliminal whispering, a chorus of despairing voices echoing from unknown depths. "It's actively corrupting the ley line," I said, my voice barely above a gasp. "It's using this nexus to amplify negative energies directly into the Earth's currents." Marcus and Alara immediately took defensive positions, their weapons raised, scanning the shadows. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, twisting into a cacophony of pleas and wails that seemed to emanate directly from our own minds. Ms. Albright, her face set in a mask of grim determination, moved towards the pedestal, her hand reaching for one of her vials. "We need to break the connection. I'll establish a temporary energetic disruption at the nexus point. You prepare the ley line disruptor, Dr. Thorne." She uncorked a vial, pouring a glowing, blue-green liquid onto the marble pedestal. As the liquid made contact, it flared with a brilliant, blinding blue light that pulsed outward in a shockwave of pure energy. The whispering chorus of despair immediately fractured, replaced by a deafening, guttural shriek of pure rage that reverberated through the very stones of the library. The distortion around the pedestal intensified, swirling into a vortex of angry, purplish-black mist. "It's enraged," Ms. Albright shouted over the terrifying sound, recoiling slightly from the pedestal but holding her ground. Her face was grim, a thin trickle of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth, a testament to the entity's psychic backlash. "Elias, now sever the link." The entity, now fully aware of our intent, launched its counterattack. From the swirling mist above the pedestal, tendrils of pure darkness lashed out not just at Ms. Albright, but at all of us. The library itself seemed to turn against us. Bookshelves buckled and groaned, sending heavy, dust-laden tomes crashing down. Light fixtures exploded, plunging areas into even deeper shadows. A heavy marble bust, once adorning a nearby column, flew through the air, narrowly missing Alara. "Cover him," Marcus yelled, his suppressed rifle spitting quick bursts of light as he targeted the dark tendrils. Alara moved with incredible speed, throwing herself in front of me, deploying a small, spherical grenade. It detonated with a soft hiss, releasing a shimmering blue mist that spread rapidly, pushing back the encroaching darkness, if only for a few crucial seconds. I didn't waste a moment. My hands flew over the controls of the ley line disruptor, a complex piece of equipment I had spent months designing and refining. It wasn't meant to destroy, but to reset, to cleanse. I knew the specific frequency that would create a resonant nullification field, severing the entity's parasitic connection to the ley line. The problem was the power required. "It needs direct contact with the nexus point," I shouted, wrestling with the disruptor's recalcitrant output. The thrumming from beneath the pedestal was now a violent tremor, shaking the entire building. The air crackled with malevolent energy, making my hair stand on end. The purple-black on my proximity sensor was a constant, blinding strobe. Ms. Albright, recovering quickly, pulled another vial from her satchel, a darker, viscous liquid this time. "Hold them off, Marcus, Alara," she commanded, her voice fierce. "Elias, once the field is stable, it needs a direct, energetic pulse." She poured the second vial onto the pedestal. This liquid didn't flare, it sank into the marble, creating a focal point, a tiny, swirling eddy of pure, concentrated energy. It was a conduit, a temporary pathway for the disruptor's power. "The pulse needs to be calibrated to the ley line's original signature," she gasped, her voice strained, her eyes still fixed on the swirling vortex of darkness. "A pure, cleansing frequency, one that resonates with the Earth's natural hum, not the entity's discordance." My mind raced, filtering through the cacophony of fear and the library's collapsing chaos. The ley lines. I remembered the resonant hum of the Earth, the subtle energy shifts my new ears perceived. I had recorded them, analyzed them, understood their fundamental purity. I quickly adjusted the disruptor's output, fine-tuning the frequency, pushing its power to the absolute limit. The entity's shriek escalated, a sound that threatened to tear reality apart. More tendrils lashed out, thicker and faster. Marcus and Alara fought valiantly, their dampening grenades creating pockets of respite, their suppressed firearms finding purchase on the amorphous forms, but they were being overwhelmed. The library groaned around us, the ceiling above the main reading room beginning to crack. Now Elias, Ms. Albright screamed, gesturing wildly at the swirling vortex. It's overloading the nexus. If it fully corrupts it, there'll be no stopping it. With a surge of desperate resolve, I activated the ley line disruptor. It hummed to life with a deep, resonant thrum far more powerful than the entity's sickly pulse. A beam of pure, shimmering white light, laced with faint green, shot from the disruptor's central emitter, a beacon of cleansing energy. The beam struck the swirling blue-green eddy on the pedestal, and through it plunged deep into the earth, directly into the corrupted ley line nexus. The effect was cataclysmic. The library convulsed. The entity's shrieks turned into a sound of unimaginable agony and pure horror, a despairing wail that seemed to encompass all suffering. The purplish-black vortex above the pedestal flared, then imploded, sucking the tendrils of darkness, the swirling mist, and the acrid stench back into itself with terrifying speed. A violent shockwave of raw, untamed energy erupted from the pedestal, knocking us all off our feet. The entire library shook, a deafening roar filling our ears as ancient masonry crumbled. I hit the ground hard, my headlamp flickering out, my ears ringing, the disruptor flying from my grasp. Darkness, absolute, suffocating darkness. Then slowly, a faint, pure green light began to emanate from the pedestal, a soft, warm glow that banished the shadows, pushing back the lingering dread. The thrumming, the whispering, the acrid stench, all were gone, replaced by a profound, comforting silence. The purple-black light on my proximity sensor had vanished, replaced by a steady, serene blue. I slowly pushed myself up, my head throbbing, my body aching. Ms. Albright was already on her feet, her eyes wide, staring at the pedestal. Marcus and Alara were also recovering, their weapons lowered, their expressions a mixture of relief and exhaustion. "It's done," Ms. Albright whispered, her voice filled with awe. "The corruption is purged, the ley line is cleansed." The green light from the pedestal pulsed gently, a symbol of renewed life and energy. The library, though damaged, felt different, lighter, cleaner. The oppressive stillness was gone, replaced by a quiet, almost reverent calm. We spent the rest of the night securing the library, making sure the ley line nexus was stable and that no residual corruption remained. I used my other equipment to run extensive scans, confirming that the ley line was indeed restored to its natural, benevolent flow. Ms. Albright performed a final, protective ritual, sprinkling blessed herbs and whispering ancient words around the pedestal, sealing the nexus with a benevolent ward. As dawn broke, painting the shattered skylight with hues of orange and pink, we emerged from the library weary but triumphant. The rain had stopped and the city was waking up, oblivious to the battle that had just been fought for its very energetic foundation. Back at the museum, the subbasement crystal glowed with renewed vigor, its purple light pulsing with a deep, stable power. The main emitter hummed with perfect resonance. The museum's many localized dampeners and positive wards pulsed with strength. Our fortress was secure, its energetic core revitalized. The battle wasn't just won, it was decisively concluded. The entity, now stripped of its external avenues of attack, retreated into a forced dormancy within the subbasement. Its malevolent intelligence remained, but its ability to influence or corrupt, both within and outside the museum, was severely curtailed. The weeks that followed were filled with a profound sense of rebuilding and rediscovery. Ms. Albright and I pored over her archives, cross-referencing ancient texts with my new understanding of ley line mechanics and energetic signatures. We developed a comprehensive, proactive strategy for global ley line monitoring, identifying other potential external nexus points that might be vulnerable. We established a protocol for regular, discrete energetic cleansing of the city's key ley line conduits, transforming the entire urban landscape into a vast, interconnected network of containment and protection. The museum itself became a symbol of our success. Its positive energetic wards, now drawing from purified ley lines, radiated a palpable sense of peace and inspiration. Visitors continued to stream through its halls, but now they left feeling uplifted, revitalized, carrying a subtle, positive energy back into the city. One quiet evening, as the museum closed for the night, Ms. Albright entered my workspace. The small proximity sensor in my pocket glowed with a faint, steady blue light, a comforting presence. "All readings are stable, Dr. Thorne," I reported, gesturing to my monitors. "The ley lines are pure, the subbasement seal is stronger than ever, the entity is quiescent." She nodded, a rare, gentle smile gracing her lips. "Quiescent, yes, but not gone. We have forced it into a deep slumber, Elias, a slumber it will struggle to break for a very long time." She looked at me, her eyes filled with a warmth and respect that transcended our professional partnership. "You have become more than a guardian, Dr. Thorne. You have become a keeper of the balance. Your science, combined with our ancient knowledge, has achieved something truly remarkable." I felt a profound sense of satisfaction, a quiet pride. My journey from a skeptical sound engineer to a guardian of humanity against unseen horrors had been unimaginable, but it was a journey I wouldn't trade for anything. "And you, Ms. Albright," I replied, meeting her gaze, "you have taught me to see beyond the empirical to embrace the impossible. We are a good team." She simply smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. "Indeed we are, and the work Ilias is eternal, but for now we have earned our peace." She turned and walked towards the staff exit, her silhouette framed by the grand hall. I watched her go, then looked back at my monitors, at the steady blue glow of my proximity sensor, at the vibrant purple light of the sleeper's eye. The world had been saved for now. The entity was dormant, its malevolence contained, its power neutralized. And I, Dr. Ilias Thorne, no longer just a sound engineer, but a fully initiated guardian of the unseen, stood ready. Ready for the next tremor, ready for the next whisper, ready to ensure that the delicate balance between our world and the darkness beyond would forever be maintained. For the museum, for the city, for the world, my watch had just begun.